Chapter 2132. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong for your precious monthly votes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was August of the year 1717. This morning, just as Sei Ito leisurely rested his head on Yiye's thigh, enjoying Yiye's gentle service and basking in the bright sun in the sky, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, sat up abruptly, and looked up at the sky with a dignified expression. "What's wrong?" Yi, who noticed the change in Sei Ito's expression, asked. But before Sei Ito could answer, the ensuing changes in the sky clearly told Yi what happened. At this time, the clouds in the sky suddenly lit up, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye spread rapidly in all directions, pushing away the clouds and clearing the sky. The dark universe outside the atmosphere that could only be seen clearly at night appeared in the eyes of everyone who noticed the changes in the sky. Then in the next moment, a strong hurricane blew rapidly, crushing all the trees on the ground tens of thousands of miles away from the hole in the sky. This was because the hole was far enough away from the ground. If it was close enough, not to mention these trees, even the high-rise buildings made of concrete and steel would be blown down and become ruins. "This is," Yi exclaimed with a slightly changed expression. "Orion Empire," Sei Ito said in a deep voice with flickering eyes. "Yi, it seems that I can't accompany you again." Then Sei Ito turned to look at Yi beside him and said, "It's okay. Ah-chung, go to your business." Yi smiled softly and said softly, Sei Ito softly agreed, and sent Yi back to the Rubik's Cube world. Sure enough, Orion Empire, you don't want me to stop. After sending away Yi, Sei Ito stood up and squinted at the remaining hole in the sky. The hole that was radiating a large number of cosmic rays to the Earth whispered to himself, although he didn't go to the universe to observe. But judging from the current situation, Sei Ito could feel that the hole in the sky was exactly the same as the hole in the atmosphere above the South Pole. It had become a new gap in the Earth's protective shield, and it could no longer block the harmful rays from the universe. It could only allow the deadly cosmic rays to enter the Earth. The location of this round hole is different from the big hole in the South Pole. After all, the South Pole is an extremely cold place, except for the scientific expedition team and various cold-resistant creatures. There were no humans up there, so even if the intensity of the various rays there exceeded the limit, it would not harm anyone. However, below this round hole was Asia and Europe, which could be said to be the most densely populated area on Earth. If the cosmic rays were to be recklessly projected onto the people here, it would be impossible for less than a few million people to die. But what was even more frightening was the possible mutation in the human body. Especially now that the Earth had ascended to dimensions, and more than half of the 12 spiritual channels had been opened. Who knew what kind of chain reactions would be triggered to make humans no longer human? This kind of plot could be seen everywhere in science fiction. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito activated his spatial ability and rushed to the universe. The next moment, Sei Ito's figure appeared in the universe outside the Earth. The first thing that caught his eye was the half that had disappeared. He originally left behind the Earth Defense Force to guard against the Orion Empire fleet, as well as a large number of small rainbow light railguns arranged in the Earth's orbit, the kind that didn't leave any residue behind. Of course, among them were the cosmic garbage that originally existed in the universe, which also followed in the footsteps of the small rainbow light railguns. But except for the remnants of the Earth Defense Force, there was no trace of the Orion Empire fleet or the existence of the small Orion Empire fighters in the entire Earth's orbit. It was as if they had also disappeared like those things, turned into nothingness in the strange explosion just now. "What's going on?" Sei Ito, who was completely confused, frowned and thought to himself. However, the next moment, a metal sphere that was as tall as a person suddenly emerged from the ripples in the void, clearly telling Ito Seiji what was going on. The metal sphere's central axis cracked, causing the original upper and lower hemispheres to immediately bounce up and down, turning into a capsule that seemed to have been magnified hundreds or even thousands of times. Then, pushed by the sudden oblique ejection of blue flames in the middle. It rotated at high speed and fell to the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, it broke through the Earth's orbit and entered the hole in the atmosphere that was previously destroyed and fell toward the Earth at an even faster speed. Although Ito didn't understand what it was, he felt that it was definitely not something to be trifled with. His expression changed, and he immediately chased after the metal pillar. "Sir, stop that thing." At the same time, the anxious voice of the commander of the Earth Defense Force also sounded in Ito's ears by means of a special sound wave transmission. Hearing the urgent words from the commander, Ito, who was more and more convinced that it was not a good thing, used the law of time acceleration on himself, and then used 8 times the time acceleration combined with telekinesis and space movement skills to rush toward the metal pillar at high speed. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Ito crossed the distance of tens of thousands of miles and appeared in front of the metal sphere. He stretched out his hand and slashed across the air, opening a space passage in front of the metal pillar, and swallowed the metal pillar in one gulp. Then, the space passage disappeared, and everything was eliminated. However, in the next moment, the place where the space passage disappeared suddenly shook violently, as if something was about to break through the obstruction of the space barrier and break free, and Ito, who was standing in front of the space crack, was sent flying. Ito, who came back to his senses, quickly spread his arms and created an incomparably flexible elastic net with the air, intercepting his flying momentum. He then raised his head and looked at the place where the space crack appeared with a frown. Fortunately, that situation didn't last long. In just 10 seconds, the monster that wanted to break through the space barrier seemed to have lost its power and quickly retreated until the entire space became flat. Seeing this, Ito, who was slightly relieved, took out the communicator, put it on his ear, and contacted Gil, the commander of the Earth Defense Force. "What was that thing just now?" Ito asked. "Sorry, sir, we don't know what it is exactly, but judging from the information we saw, it should be a special missile launched by the Orion Empire." Gil replied. "Have you found their fleet or small fleet?" Ito asked with a frown. "No, we have used the maximum power to scan the universe between the Earth, Jupiter, and Mars, but the results are the same. There is nothing unusual there." Gil's tone was also full of confusion. "Have you analyzed the situation when that kind of missile appeared before and after?" Ito asked again. "It has been analyzed, and it is preliminarily concluded that it is a kind of space distortion technology that is biased towards dimensional applications. But because there is too little information and data, we can't give an accurate description." "I'm sorry, sir." Gil first answered Ito's question, then said apologetically, "Dimensional dimensions." Ito muttered to himself. "Not good. Sir, that kind of missile has appeared again." But at this moment, Gil's slightly panicked voice suddenly came from the communicator, calling Ito back to reality. "Coordinates!" Ito shouted in a deep voice. X-19. Gil quickly reported the space coordinates of the missile's appearance. Ito, who got the coordinates, didn't hesitate. He once again activated the time acceleration on himself, and with the help of his telekinesis and space movement ability, he rushed to the coordinates. Almost instantaneously, Ito appeared in front of the missile. With a horizontal stroke of his finger, he cut open a space crack and swallowed the missile that fell from the universe. After a few seconds, the situation where a monster was about to come out appeared again, but it was different from before. Because this time Ito had enough preparation, and the space also had some time to recover, the situation was not very serious, and it soon calmed down. But before Ito could release the missile, Gil's scream-like voice sounded in his ears again. "Sir, missiles have appeared. There are 5 of them. The coordinates are..." Ito's face froze. He quickly divided himself into 5 and then activated the time acceleration at the same time. With the help of his telekinesis and space movement ability, he rushed to the 5 missiles that fell from the sky. But just as he was about to deal with the missiles, Gil's report came to his ears again. "Sir, another one has appeared. The coordinates..." After recording the coordinates of the new missile, Seito's face became fierce. He quickly dealt with the missile in front of him, and then rushed to another one without looking at it. In order to save time, Seito even activated the time acceleration on himself to 10 times, and finally appeared in front of the missile just before it exploded. Immediately afterward, Ito-sei stretched out his hand and pointed forward, using the time imprisonment technique to imprison the time of the ion movement that makes up the energy, and then with a flip of his hand, he used the instant transmission ability to transfer the missile into the universe. Then, the energy ions released by the missile began to move at high speed again, turning into a blue plasma cloud. Like a shockwave, it spread rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had filled the entire cosmic void with a diameter of tens of kilometers. "Sir, it's okay. The enemy didn't shoot any more missiles." At this time, Gil reported in a relieved tone. "Pay attention to the observation." Seito, who turned back into a human, looked up at the universe void and ordered in a cold voice. "Yes." Chapter 21:33. P.S. Thanks to Halcyon, AK-56, and the Boring Lord for their precious monthly votes. Everyone, are you going to continue watching like this? After arranging the Earth Defense Fleet, Seito spread out his divine sense and covered the entire Earth. He said to everyone who could receive his divine sense in a slightly mocking tone. However, no one knew if they were frightened by the aura of a golden immortal in Seito's divine sense. For a moment, no gods or immortals came into contact with his divine sense to talk to him. It was not until a moment later that a calm voice asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean? I think everyone has seen the power of that bomb. If it wasn't for me just now, what do you think would happen if that thing fell on Earth?" Seito sneered. "Do you want us to sing praises to you?" Another voice intervened in the divine sense and said in a mocking tone, "I don't care about praises from a group of people who can't even take care of their own home." Seito snorted and replied in a disdainful tone, "Bastard, watch your attitude." The person who spoke earlier said in a flustered and exasperated manner, "You don't agree? Then show your true form and fight with me in the universe." Seito provoked unceremoniously. "You." The person was furious. He was just bluffing. If he really had a fight in person, he would also be afraid. After all, although his performance when intercepting the bomb earlier didn't show anything exaggerated, the little things that he showed were enough to make the person who spoke feel afraid. Not to mention, before intercepting the bomb, he also fought with Amaterasu in Japan. The strength he showed was enough to distract a large portion of the people who didn't want to fight with him. "All right, transcendent from the Far East, why don't you just say what you want?" Another steady voice was connected to the telepathic thought network. While acting as a middleman to find a way out for the previous guy, he spoke bluntly. Seito harumphed. "What I mean is simple. From now on, you will be responsible for all the missiles that enter your territory. I have no interest in cleaning up after you guys who only know how to enjoy yourselves." "Damn it, what did you say? Are you trying to start a war between the gods?" The moment Seito finished speaking, the gods on Earth, who had been provoked by him, immediately clamored. It looked like they would gang up and kill Seito as long as someone shouted. "All right," the steady voice replied. He then spread out his divine consciousness and asked the other gods, "Everyone, what do you think?" "Sure, we don't need a Far Easterner to tell us what to do. Although I don't like his attitude, we really shouldn't give the invaders in the universe a chance." "Not bad." Then, a large number of voices echoed in the telepathic thought network. "Very well. I hope you will do as you say," Seito said indifferently. Then, he retracted his divine consciousness and broke off from the telepathic thoughts of the other gods and immortals. "Surpasser from the Far East, although some of the things you said are true, please pay attention to your attitude when you speak. Otherwise, we don't mind starting a divine war with you." However, the moment Seito completely retracted his divine consciousness, the steady voice from before warned him in a stern tone. "Oomph." Although he knew that his attitude just now was not very friendly, he was in a fit of anger and did not have any desire. He only knew how to enjoy himself. Say Ito, who did not know that the Western gods were apologizing to him, snorted coldly and activated teleportation to return to the small house he had built on a mountain near Spring City. Almost immediately after he left, as if they had agreed on something, a series of divine lights appeared, one after another. They erupted from the various countries on the Asian and European continents, forming a huge divine light pillar that connected directly to the atmosphere. They enveloped the divine realms of their gods and the countries where their believers were, turning them into divine realms on the ground. They completely protected the space where the countries were located. In just a moment, more than 10 divine realms of various sizes appeared on Earth. Among them, the divine realms owned by the Catholics, fundamentalists, and Protestants were the largest, followed by the Nordic divine realms and the Celtic divine realms, followed by the Greek divine realms and the Egyptian divine realms. As for the state of Asia, or the state of Huaxia, although it was not transformed into a divine realm due to the difference in the immortal system and power system, streaks of mysterious divine light and golden Buddhist realms appeared in the sky above various cities, protecting the cities and mountains. However, in terms of momentum, the performance of the divine realms was much worse than that of the Western gods. They did not even cover the entire atmosphere like the Western gods. I hope this is useful. Looking up at the mysterious divine light and golden Buddhist realms that also appeared in the sky above the mountain where he lived, Sei Ito sighed somewhat helplessly in a low voice. Then, ignoring the outside world, he turned back to his room and sat cross-legged to meditate. Immediately after that night, with several ripples suddenly appearing in the universe, several metal spheres once again appeared in the universe outside the Earth. They separated from the top and bottom, turning into metal pillars. With pale flames swirling around them, they quickly descended towards the Earth. Sei Ito, who received a message from Gil, the commander of the Earth Guard fleet station on the back of the moon, flashed and appeared in the sky above the mountain under his feet. However, he did not make a move. Instead, he hovered in midair and jumped into the distance, ready to see if the existing defensive means could resist the ion energy bombs that the Orion Empire had thrown in a strange way. In this way, under Sei Ito's distant gaze, the bombs thrown by the Orion Empire penetrated the atmosphere and collided with the divine realm enchantment set up by the Western gods. In the next second, a loud noise was heard. Patches of blue plasma energy clouds spread out in the Earth's atmosphere like shock waves visible to the naked eye, rapidly spreading in all directions. However, before the blue plasma clouds could spread far, they were blocked by a sacred enchantment that flickered with a golden brilliance. The two sides were in a stalemate. This caused the divine enchantment to make a strange creaking sound, as if it could break at any time. Fortunately, this did not happen. After personally experiencing the powerful power of the plasma cloud energy, the gods personally participated in the action to protect the Earth. The azure blue plasma energy cloud began to be suppressed, and it gradually released all of its power, disappearing into the air. At this point, a new round of projectile attacks had been resisted by the efforts of many gods, immortals, and Buddhas on Earth. However, compared to the West, which was more daunting than dangerous, the East's performance was somewhat unsatisfactory. In the early stages of the plasma energy explosion, most of the mystical light, immortal chi, and golden Buddha realm that acted as the Earth's protective barrier were destroyed, causing a large number of life and inanimate objects on the ground to be impacted by the plasma energy, turning into particles and dissipating into the air. It was not until the immortals and Buddhas woke up that the situation improved. And the most speechless thing was that the danger in Shu was not overcome by the power of the immortals and Buddhas, but by the power of Yuang, the Yin Emperor in Shenangjia, to preserve the living beings and mountains that were still living there. Moreover, the effect seemed to be better than what the immortals and Buddhas achieved together. This was a little ironic, but it was normal to think about it from another perspective. First of all, although Yuang was no longer human, he should have retained a part of his will. He knew that he had to protect the safety of the people under his rule, and then there was his cultivation base. As a dignified golden immortal, he could be said to be the only two top experts on Earth, along with Sei Ito. The effect of his actions was naturally much stronger than those immortals and Buddhas who might not even be true immortals or arhats. Orion Empire. Orion Empire. I hope you won't cause any trouble in the future. Otherwise, even if it's delayed for a few years, I will go to the Orion star cluster and completely destroy you all, even if there's a danger of something happening to Earth. Sei Ito, who had also helped Spring City to disperse the plasma energy shockwaves that rushed over, gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. However, he did not leave immediately. But in Sei Ito's heart, if there was a chance in the future, he had the thought of going to the Orion star cluster to destroy the Orion Empire. Then, the Orion Empire seemed to have realized that throwing plasma cloud bombs would not be effective. They no longer projected strange things to the universe dimension where Earth was located. The gods, immortals, and Buddhas on Earth, who were originally nervously preparing to deal with the Orion Empire's attack, were not used to it. Then, in this strange calm, another week passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the end of the beginning of August of the year 1717. I'm finally back. That afternoon, Sei Ito, who had just come out of a meditative state, exhaled a long breath of turbid air and relaxed. Then, he shook his head with a bitter smile and muttered to himself, "It's time for me to pay my dues again." After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared from the room. The next moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in an ice crevice in the Himalayas, west of Spring City. Then, he took a step forward and disappeared in the ice crevice amidst a faint ripple in the void. He entered the pitch-black, chaotic space channel, stepped on the only path in the channel, and came to the Armani Hall where the Akashic system was located. "My lord!" Seeing Sei Ito arrive, the guards in the hall saluted and greeted him. Sei Ito nodded slightly in response. Then, without stopping, he walked straight to the front of the Akashic domain and flashed into the domain. He walked along the path of record to the bottom of the Akashic system. Ito Ci had done this many times, so he didn't waste any time. He directly connected to the Akashic system with his mind, opened his authority, and instilled the Akashic system with the power of the world that he had changed, the fate of the characters, and the power of the world that he had obtained after devouring the world. The moment the world force flowed into the Akashic system, which was originally white, immediately became magnificent. Colorful light constantly flowed on the surface of the Akashic system, emitting a colorful brilliance, illuminating the Akashic system within a radius of nearly 100 meters. At the same time, Sei Ito also opened his mind and tried to receive the universal knowledge transmitted to him by the Akashic system. Time flowed, and an unknown amount of time passed unknowingly. On this day, the colorful light on the surface of the Akashic system suddenly brightened and quickly disappeared, revealing a white Akashic system that was like a big white egg. Obviously, the task of instilling the world force had ended. Then, Sei Ito's aura fiercely erupted, causing the surrounding space of the Akashic system to distort as if it was stirred up by some powerful experience. Obviously, just like how the Akashic system had benefited from him, Sei Ito had once again improved from the Akashic system's feedback. He had advanced from the initial stage of the Golden Immortal stage to the middle stage of the Golden Immortal stage and was close to the peak. The reason why he was able to obtain so many benefits was thanks to Sei Ito's newly obtained Book of the Chaos, especially the help of the 10th level of the Mysterious Universe realm. As the name implied, the Mysterious Universe was a realm that allowed cultivators to have the possibility of understanding the universe. Therefore, after reaching this realm, the more laws and information one could comprehend of the universe, the more profound the cultivator's skills and strength would become. The knowledge of the universe's operation, and so on that the Akashic system's feedback just happened to satisfy this condition. Coupled with Sei Ito's comprehension and absorption, it was natural for him to raise his realm to the middle stage of the Golden Immortal stage and enter the peak of the Golden Immortal stage. I admire you more and more now, Niwa. Although it's just a projection of the Saint Nuwa of the main world in another world, this kind of unfathomable realm really makes me feel ashamed. Seito withdrew his aura and exhaled a long breath of air as he sighed in a low voice. I really don't know what the Saint Nuwa's real body is like. Then he raised his head and looked at the Akashic system that was still floating in the air like a peeled egg. One more time. I can get rid of this state of being at the mercy of the Orion Empire. Seito's lips curled up slightly as he thought to himself excitedly. Then, Seito withdrew his gaze, turned around, and strode out of the Akashic domain, returning to the Hall of Amani. Under the respectful gazes of the guards in the hall, he entered the chaotic space channel again and stepped on the only path that existed in the space channel to return to the main world. Then, Seito's figure flashed and returned to the small house he had built. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he flashed again and entered the Rubik's Cube world. Rubik's Cube, send me to this world. Suspended in the void of the Rubik's Cube world, Seito recalled the information of the world he was going to in his mind for the Rubik's Cube to read, as he ordered. Yes. Chapter 21:34. Sir, there is a strong space energy reflection in the desert 185 kilometers southeast of New Mexico. In a huge cabin full of futuristic technology, a beautiful woman with chocolate-colored skin and wearing a black slim-fit uniform suddenly turned her head and reported to a tall black man with only one eye who was standing in the center of the cabin with his hands behind his back. Lock on it. Show the image there. The black man ordered in a deep voice. Yes, the woman responded, then turned her head and quickly operated the instrument in front of her. At the next moment, the image on the large LCD screen at the side of the cabin changed, and a vast and desolate desert appeared. The figure of a young man wearing modern clothes, with pitch-black short hair and obvious Asian features on his face, appeared in front of the black man and the female staff. The young man shown in this picture is Seito. Then Seito in the picture raised his head, and his eyes seemed to penetrate the layers of space and looked at the man and woman in the cabin through the screen. He seems to have found us, the woman said with some uncertainty. Yes, it seems that we have another friend to entertain. The black man said in a low voice. What do we do now? The woman asked. Continue to lock on him, and then find a time to call someone to talk to him. The black man ordered casually. Yes. Then the black man stopped talking and stared at the picture in front of him with deep eyes. At the same time, in the desert southeast of New Mexico, Seito used his electromagnetic ability to lay a special magnetic field around his body. He shielded the sense of being monitored and then chuckled softly. Shield, then his figure flashed. He disappeared from the spot. Let me think about it. In this world, except for the mystic realm, what else is there to earn? In the next moment, Seito appeared on the top of a house in a city around the desert and looked at the distance. While recalling the information about this world in his mind, he secretly planned in his heart. By the way, the 4 major prisons of S.H.I.E.L.D. After a while, Seito's eyes lit up, and he said softly, the so-called 4 major prisons of S.H.I.E.L.D. are the mansion, the cube, the dome, and the island. The 4 large prisons are used to specially imprison superpowered criminals and dangerous experiment victims, as well as alien dangerous creatures. One of the mansions was located in New York. It was the newest and largest unguarded prison in the United States. However, after Ant-Man Dr. Hank Pym used the Pym particles to reduce it to the size of a toy, no one knew where it was moved to. The Cube is one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s 9 secret research bases, built in a desert, but the specific location is not explained in manga or animation. So Seito does not know whether it is in New Mexico, the United States, or other South African regions such as Chile. The Dome, on the other hand, was located in the Rocky Mountains of Colorado. It was a prison designed by Tony Stark himself. Before Fantastic Four's Mr. Fantastic could skillfully activate the antimatter zone, it was relatively easy to find a place that had not moved. As for the last island, it was located in the scene next to Rick's Island in New York. It looked like a large aircraft carrier and was surrounded by a large number of high-tech weapons. It was the only large prison among the four that was heavily guarded. If that's the case, let's start with the dome, Saito decided. With that thought in mind, his figure flashed. Then he sensed the dome prison located in the Rocky Mountains. And with Saito's exaggerated instant transmission ability, in an instant, Saito appeared over the Rocky Mountains, lowered his head slightly, and looked around the entire Rocky Mountains. Soon, the dome of a pitch-black metal tower, which looked like an Egyptian obelisk magnified dozens of times and was made of superalloy and had no door on the surface, came into Ito's sight. The dome prison only has a spoon-shaped platform protruding from one side for SHIELD members to enter and exit. I wonder if the leader of the Hydra organization is still inside. Saito, whose eyes were locked on the dome prison, thought. Then his figure flashed and appeared on the platform of the dome prison. However, because of a special magnetic field covering his body, he was not observed by the surrounding surveillance equipment and did not immediately alert the prison guards. But this situation will soon cease to exist. Saito walked along the passage to the alloy gate and put his palm on the palm print verifier beside him. With a turn of his mind, he released his ability to control electricity, which turned into an electronic signal and cracked the security system of the entire dome prison. Thump, thump, and almost at the next moment when he used his ability to invade, a fierce alarm sounded throughout the dome prison. The SHIELD agents who heard the alarm changed their expressions and entered a state of combat. They picked up their weapons under the organization of the team leader and were on guard. Then in the next second, with the sound of chi, the prison gate in front of Saito opened on both sides by itself. Phew, phew, phew. A large number of energy beams immediately shot out of the door and blasted toward Saito. Saito didn't dodge, so he stepped into the prison without any defense. But the energy beams shot out of the door were distorted when they were less than half a meter away from his body. Under the guidance of a blurred force field that suddenly appeared in the air, they flew straight out of Saito's body on both sides. This is the ordinary application of the electromagnetic force field. Then Saito raised his hand and sent out an invisible poisonous wave to the SHIELD agents who appeared in the passage in front of him. In an instant, the SHIELD agents felt a pain in their heads and fell to the ground trembling. Their facial features distorted and they groaned in pain. Then, Ito went all the way to the prison cell, where the criminals were held in the dome prison, as if there was no one around him. "Hey, man, let me out. I can help you." A superpowered criminal lay in front of the prison fence and said as he watched Saito walk into the passage of the cell. Saito heard this, smiled softly, and turned to look at the speaker. "Hey man, hurry up, or we won't be able to escape when SHIELD support comes." Seeing Saito stop, the superpowered criminal's eyes lit up, and he quickly urged, "Sorry, I'm not here to save people. I'm here to clean up society." Saito chuckled. "What?" The criminal looked at Saito and said with some confusion. However, Saito's next action clearly explained his doubts. Saito waved his hand, and a purple and blue Tusada fire rushed into the cell. Before the superpowered criminal could react, it immediately wrapped him and burned him into a pile of ashes. No, it has to be said that the man died very aggrieved. A superpowered criminal was killed by half a superpowered person with flames when he couldn't use his superpowers. There is nothing sadder in this world. Then Saito led with one hand, and the purple and blue Tusada fire that burned the superpowered criminal to death immediately flew to the side of the prison wall, and with its powerful firepower that can melt everything, it burned through the wall made of special superalloy in the prison and poured into the next prison, pouncing on another strange-looking alien criminal. No, the alien criminal, whose ability was suppressed by SHIELD in a special way, roared loudly. But unfortunately, he just happened to catch up with Saito's mood. In addition, because of the Orion Empire in the main world, Saito, who had maintained a neutral attitude, completely turned his attitude towards aliens into a negative number. Therefore, he was no longer in the mood to collect alien samples for research. He directly treated them like superpowered criminals, as substances that could be exchanged for the power of the world, and burned them mercilessly with flames. At this time, Sei Ito, who was standing in the corridor, waved his arm again and threw a large amount of purple and blue Tusita fire into the prison on the other side of the wall, where superpowered and alien criminals were imprisoned. In this way, under the burning of the two purple and blue Tusita fire, no matter what kind of superpowered criminals or aliens they were all burned into a pile of ashes and scattered on the ground of the prison. Then, Sei Ito, who had finished dealing with the criminals on the first floor, turned around and took the purple and blue Tusita fire floating around him to the next floor and continued to deal with the criminals in the prison in the same way. No one knows how long this went on for. At this moment, with a muffled buzzing sound, two Iron Man-like steel robots rushed into the tunnel where Sei Ito was located. The energy weapons in their hands were leveled, and they aimed at the front and shouted loudly. The guy in front, "Listen, stop what you're doing immediately, or we will attack." Sei Ito turned around and looked at the Iron Man in front of him with interest. It's him. At the same time, the woman Hill, who saw Sei Ito's face through the video equipment on the Iron Man's head, was surprised. It seems that our new visitor is a very restless person. The tall black man, Nick Fury, said softly, and just as his voice fell, Sei Ito in the prison waved his hand, and the metal armor on the two Iron Men immediately burst apart and then combined into a huge door panel blocking the passage. Then Sei Ito ignored the shield agents who were blocked outside and continued to go deeper into the prison. This seems to be very similar to the power of mutants Magneto, Hill said with a frown. Nick Fury didn't speak, but his eyes flickered quickly, letting Yin take the special arrow and go with Black Widow to meet this new visitor. A moment later, Nick Fury suddenly said, Chapter 2135. P.S. It takes some time to check the information, so as usual, pass it first and then change it later. This article is written by. Today's launch was quick, and it would be done at around 0:10. Boom! Accompanied by an explosion, a tall Caucasian man wearing a red leather jacket and black trousers similar to the L's in European and American action games, holding a special folding bow in his hand, and carrying a full load of special arrows on his back, and a red-haired woman wearing a tight red leather jacket with the zipper on her chest half open, revealing part of her round breasts. She had a hot figure and an extremely seductive appearance. She was wearing a red skin-tight leather jacket with the zipper on her chest half open, revealing part of her round breasts. It is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s elite agents, the two superheroes, Sharpshooter Hawkeye and Black Widow. The two people who emerged from the flames looked at each other and continued to rush into the depths of the prison along the broken passage in front of them. With their extraordinary physical strength and without any special obstacles in the passage, the two quickly came to the location where the surface of the dome prison was connected to the underground space. They saw Sei Ito surrounded by purple and blue Tusita fire flames heading to the underground branch of the prison where the most heinous felons were held. "Hey, man, you can only go up to here." Hawkeye pulled a special arrow from the quiver behind him and put it on the arrow. While releasing the arrow, he joked in a relaxed tone. The arrowhead was not a triangular sharp blade, but a strange arrow like a small stick cut through the space and instantly appeared in front of Sei Ito. At this time, Sei Ito didn't make any movements, but the purple and blue Tusita fire on the side spontaneously flew in front of him and met the arrow. Boom! In the next moment, the arrow burst out. It emitted an extremely cold air like absolute zero, instantly freezing the purple and blue Tusita fire into a mass of ice. Immediately afterward, the arrow in Hawkeye's hand flew again towards Sei Ito's chest. At the same time, Black Widow Natasha on the side also chased the arrow and rushed towards Sei Ito. Sei Ito flicked his finger and shot out a fine blue electric light, hitting the arrow. Boom! But then, a large net made of special fibers sprung out from the exploded arrows and covered Ito's seiji from head to toe. Sei Ito, who was in the middle of it, flashed out of the net. Seeing this, Hawkeye frowned and took out several special arrows from the quiver behind him. One after another, he shot at Sei Ito. At the same time, Black Widow, who rushed to Sei Ito, slipped and kicked Sei Ito's ankle. Sei Ito's magnetic force turned into a repulsive force, and he flew into the air. Bang, 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 bang. At this time, the specially made arrows flying near Ito suddenly exploded, and a large number of fragments flew out, like dust and silver dust covering a section of the tunnel within a few meters. The ability to teleport, to put it bluntly, is based on perception. It is the ability to lock the surrounding space nodes in a planar, three-dimensional, or dimensional way, and then use one's own power to move oneself to the determined node. It seems very powerful and invincible, but it is not completely without weaknesses. First of all, when perceiving the space boundary point, one needs to be as free of obstacles as possible. Of course, it doesn't refer to the large obstacles similar to buildings, but to the very small obstacles that may affect one's perception and judgment. For example, the rain falling in a rainstorm, the sandstorm raised in the desert, and the debris artificially created by Hawkeye. Among them, the last one is the thinner debris. After all, if the first two can be overcome, it is not impossible to still use the ability to teleport normally in that environment. But the last one is different. Because of the reflection effect of the thinner debris, as well as the reflection of the spiritual force contained in it, it is extremely easy for the space ability user to misjudge and cause the space transfer to fail. Coupled with the uncertainty caused by the thinner debris during the free fall and the fluctuations caused by the space boundary during this period, it is even more difficult for the space ability user to accurately lock the normal space node. It is easy to integrate the thinner debris into the body during the transfer process, causing large-scale damage in the form of internal injuries. Therefore, under normal circumstances, using the thinner debris to deal with the teleportability user is the most effective way to save money and is convenient to carry. And now Hawkeye is obviously doing the same. Then, Black Widow bent and punched Sei Ito's lower body. "Oh!" Sei Ito screamed and raised his leg to block Black Widow's fist. Seeing that her attack was blocked, Black Widow didn't hesitate. She raised her left fist and shot a large number of special flying needles at Sei Ito like a dense rain. Sei Ito's pupils condensed, and he used psychokinesis to set up an invisible barrier in front of him. Bang, 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 bang. Then, in a large number of muffled sounds, the special flying needles shot by Black Widow were all bounced away. Whoosh! At this time, an arrow flew quickly and accurately hit the wall beside Sei Ito. In the next moment, the arrow exploded, bringing a blazing fire to Sei Ito and enveloping him in an instant. Hawkeye didn't stop there and shot a special arrow at the fireball. Then, an extremely cold air exploded in the flames, quickly freezing the fire and Ito Seiji, who was wrapped in the fire, into a huge ice statue. Bang! Done! Hawkeye exhaled softly. "Don't be careless." Black Widow, who got up from the ground, said in a deep voice. "He's right." At the moment when Black Widow's words fell, Sei Ito's voice sounded in the passage. Then, with a cracking sound, Sei Ito's figure reappeared from the broken ice ball. Just like when they first met before, his whole body was intact. Hawkeye's mouth twitched slightly. Without hesitation, he pulled out 3 arrows and held them in his hand, and quickly shot them at Sei Ito. Halfway through the flight, the front end of the 3 arrows suddenly popped out a circle of patterns, and then a blue energy beam was shot out, and then the energy beam connected with each other and turned into a slender energy rope, which quickly wrapped around Sei Ito's body and nailed into the walls on both sides. Bang, bang. At the same time, Black Widow raised her hands and shot hundreds of special flying needles. Bang, 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 bang. But the result was the same as before, and they were immediately bounced back by an invisible, transparent barrier. It seems that he also has psychokinesis, or some kind of force field ability. Hawkeye frowned. As expected of Black Widow and Hawkeye, your cooperation is really good, but it's a pity that you're facing me. Sei Ito slightly used his hands to break the blue energy rope wrapped around his body into several pieces, and chuckled. "Now, the time to play is over, you too should leave. After saying that, he stretched out one hand, and Black Widow and Hawkeye suddenly felt that their breathing became difficult, and their limbs were floating in the air, unable to exert any strength. Have a good sleep, Hawkeye, Black Widow. Saito smiled. The next moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow felt dizzy and lost consciousness, and their limbs and head instinctively drooped down. Then Saito moved his mind and put Hawkeye and Black Widow into the magic cube world. Then, without stopping, he waved his hand and called out the purple and blue tusset of fire that had been frozen by Hawkeye's freezing arrow. He turned and walked towards the underground part of the dome prison with the flame. In order to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D.'s guys from making trouble again, after entering the underground space, he forcibly blocked the connecting passage between the underground and the ground, turning the underground part into a closed space that can't be entered or exited. Hawkeye's mouth twitched slightly, and he did not hesitate to pull out 3 more arrows and hold them in his hand, and he quickly shot them at Saito. Halfway through the flight, the front end of the 3 arrows suddenly popped up with a circle of pattern, and a blue energy shot out. Then the energy connected with each other and turned into a slender energy rope, which quickly wrapped around Saito's body under the flight of the arrows, and finally nailed into the walls on both sides. Bang, bang. At the same time, Black Widow raised her hands together and shot out hundreds and thousands of special flying needles. Bang, 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 bang. But the result was the same as before, and they were immediately bounced out by an invisible transparent barrier. It seems that he also has psychokinesis, or some kind of force field ability. Hawkeye frowned. As expected of Black Widow and Hawkeye, your cooperation is really tacit, but unfortunately, you are up against me. Saito slightly struggled with his hands, and the blue energy rope wrapped around his body was broken into several pieces, and he chuckled. Now, the time to play is over, and you too should leave. After saying that, he stretched out one hand forward, and Black Widow and Hawkeye suddenly felt that their breathing became difficult, and their limbs were floating in the air, unable to exert any strength. Have a good sleep, Hawkeye, Black Widow. Saito smiled. In the next moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow felt dizzy in their heads and lost consciousness, and their limbs and heads instinctively drooped down. Then Saito moved his mind and took Hawkeye and Black Widow into the magic cube world. Then, without stopping, he waved his hand and called out the purple and blue tusset of fire that had been frozen by Hawkeye's freezing arrow. He turned and walked towards the underground part of the dome prison with the flame. In order to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D.'s guys from making trouble again, after entering the underground space, he forcibly blocked the connecting passage between the underground and the ground, turning the underground part into a closed space that cannot be entered or exited. Then, without stopping, he waved his hand and called out the purple and blue tusset of fire that had been frozen by Hawkeye's freezing arrow. He turned and walked towards the underground part of the dome prison with the flame. In order to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D.'s guys from making trouble again, after entering the underground space, he forcibly blocked the connecting passage between the underground and the ground, turning the underground part into a closed space that cannot be entered or exited. Have a good sleep, Hawkeye, Black Widow. Chapter 2136. P.S. Thank you to Zhang Xiaozhong, Winchim's Fate, Waning Moon, and Boring Holy Sage for their precious monthly votes. However, before Ito, who was above the isolated island, could do anything, a loud alarm rang out from the isolated island prison. Then, the isolated island prison itself shook violently and slowly rose into the air amidst the surging seawater around it. Wow! Ito, who saw the changes in the isolated island prison, sighed strangely and flew away from the isolated island. Then, he thought with some uncertainty, could it be that because I destroyed the dome, the leader launched the prison break plan in advance? But then he denied his previous guess. But that's not right. Thor hasn't come to Earth yet, and Loki hasn't persuaded the frost giants to attack the divine realm yet. He wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity of being sent to the silent island to hide and let the witch Amora stir up trouble on Earth. Naturally, no one can secretly help the leader destroy the defense system of the four major prisons. Could it be that something else happened that I don't know about? Just as Sei Ito was letting his imagination run wild, the entire isolated island prison completely floated from the seawater into the air. The entire isolated island prison was divided into two parts. The upper half was what Sei Ito had seen before, the normal part built above the sea surface. The lower half was a huge strawberry-shaped castle connected to the top by a stone pipe about the thickness of two people. It hung at the bottom of the upper half of the prison like a pendant. The king of myriad powers. Sei Ito thought to himself as he saw the strange force field energy around the isolated island prison with his special vision. Speak of the devil. Almost a moment after Sei Ito's words fell, a figure wearing a blue bodysuit appeared. His shoulders, waist, and limbs were covered with a layer of superalloy armor. It looked like he was wearing the armor from before the Galactic War in the world of Saint Seiya. The figure of a bearded man, who looked like a steel holy garment made by the old man from the city with the power of technology, appeared above the isolated island prison. He looked at everything in front of him with a confused expression. This person was no one else. It was the 10,000 Strength King. Magneto, originally named Franklin Hall, is a well-known physicist. 10 years ago, S.H.I.E.L.D. created the genetic modification liquid of Captain America's super soldier experiment. In the accident of the reverse deduction experiment, it was fused with the graviton energy. Since then, it has been called graviton, which is Magneto. However, it was also fortunate that he had just gained his ability, and his control was very rough, which gave Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s agents the opportunity to subdue him. Furthermore, he was suppressed in the depths of the isolated island prison at the bottom of the ocean, giving the world a certain degree of peace. Nick Fury. Then, Myriad Strength King's expression shook, and he roared with a voice full of hatred. His voice turned into a shockwave that quickly spread out in all directions. At the same time, inside the airship, with a slight snort, Hill, dressed in a S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, walked quickly into the command room and called out, "Commander, what's the matter?" Nick Fury, who was having a headache over the outer dome prison, asked casually. "I just received automatic information reports from the isolated island and the cube. The defense systems of the two places are paralyzed at the same time. A large number of prisoners are escaping from prison." Hill quickly reported. From now on, S.H.I.E.L.D. has officially entered a state of emergency. Issue an order to summon all the reinstated agents back. Cancel all leave. After listening to the report, Nick Fury's eyes narrowed, and he quickly ordered in a solemn voice. "Yes, sir." Hill responded seriously. "Attention, everyone, start the airship immediately. Hurry to the isolated island prison at full speed." Then, Nick Fury ordered the many S.H.I.E.L.D. staff in the command room. "Yes, sir." However, the next second after his voice fell, the entire airship trembled all of a sudden, almost as though the energy supply was unstable. The light of the electronic systems and lighting equipment throughout the airship all flickered. "What's going on?" Nick Fury, who was unable to defend himself in time, was shaken by the impact. He leaned on the handrail in front of him to steady himself and asked loudly, "It's a mansion. There's a problem. It's returning to normal." A staff member replied loudly, "Boom, boom." Then a dull, loud noise sounded, and a special building made of reinforced concrete appeared in the airship. It broke through the deck layer used for partitioning and extended to the outside of the airship. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out from various parts of the battleship's engines, causing the battleship to gradually lose its power and fall towards the mountain range below. The first, third, fourth, and seventh engine units have stopped. "We're falling to the ground now," a staff member shouted. "Hold on. Also, send someone to fix them," Nick Fury said loudly as he grabbed the bar in front of him with both hands to prevent his body from shaking. Then he turned his head and ordered Hill beside him. "Hill, from now on, you will replace me as the acting commander. You will be responsible for commanding all agents, and dealing with the criminals who escaped from the mansion. What about you? Hill looked at Nick Fury, who was about to turn around and leave. To the isolated island. Nick Fury, who was walking out of the airship, replied without looking back. There's a big guy there that needs me to deal with. Then when will you come back? Hill asked. Not necessarily. Maybe I won't come back, Nick Fury replied. What should we do then? Hill was stunned. Just enjoy the rest of your time as the acting director, Nick Fury replied with a double meaning. Schwa, then, Nick Fury disappeared behind the alloy door that automatically closed. After a while, he took 4 or 5 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and drove S.H.I.E.L.D.'s exclusive, small, mobile, floating motorboat away from the airship and flew towards New York. At the same time, in the Stark Industries building. Stark, there's a message I think you need to see. The screen flashed, and a red-haired Pepper with small freckles on her face appeared. Pepper's face. She said with a heavy expression, What? If it's meeting material, then forget it, you know? I have more important things to do now. The bearded man, who was wearing a tailored shirt and trousers, was eating fried eggs while looking at various technological devices presented on the virtual optical screen in front of him, casually replied. Just now, there was an explosion on the airship you asked me to pay attention to, and now it's falling to the ground at a speed of more than 10 meters per second, Pepper stated. Oh, that's really good news. Tony raised his head slightly and turned to look at Pepper. Of course, that's not the main thing, Pepper said. Then her head shrank and became only 2 inches in size. Then, a distorted satellite image of the sea near Burke Island replaced her on the screen. The content that was being broadcasted was the island prison that was floating in mid-air. What's this? The U.S. government's new amusement park plan? Tony raised his eyebrows. Maybe, but I think you should go and take a look, Pepper said. Maybe you're right. Tony rubbed his chin, got up from the chair and said, Jarvis, activate Mark 7. Yes, sir. In the air, a very magnetic male voice sounded in the room and replied. Then a moment later, an Iron Man with red and gold paint flew out from the top floor of the Stark Industries building with a long blue tail flame. It quickly flew in the direction of the island prison. Of course, there was also a palm-sized woman in yellow with a pair of wasp wings on her back flying there, as well as a man of the same size. But he was wearing a red tights, a strange helmet that looked like a gas mask, and a man riding on a red flying ant. Nick, Fury, Myriad Powers King roared loudly. Then he pressed down with one hand. The island prison, which had just been pulled into the air, once again fell towards the sea that had just calmed down. Judging from the quality of the island prison, it should be able to withstand the weight of the island prison. With the quality of the island prison, this could cause a huge impact similar to a meteorite hitting the Earth, causing the surrounding sea to rise. It formed a tsunami and rushed to the surrounding New York Island, causing a large area of damage. Say Ito flicked his finger, ding. A coin was shot into the air, and then the coin was ejected like an electromagnetic gun. In an instant, the coin turned into an orange-yellow electric pulse beam, flew to Myriad Powers King's side, and heavily bombarded the unguarded Myriad Powers King's face. Boom! The next moment, Myriad Powers King's body tilted and flew sideways into the distance. However, it was unknown whether it was due to the existence of an unconscious gravitational barrier. But this electromagnetic beam, which should have been enough to blast a person's head into pieces under normal circumstances, did not cause any damage to the Myriad Powers King. Sure enough, the superhumans in this world, whether heroes or villains, have a normal body structure. Seito, who saw the result, whispered. Then he grabbed the sinking island prison with one hand and gently sent it back to the surface of the sea. In this way, although it will still cause some tides, it will only be like being blown by a strong wind, instead of causing a violent tsunami like before. Are you an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Myriad Powers King, who had regained his balance, looked at Ito in the air and said in a deep voice. In his mind, anyone who came to stop him was an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Tell me, where is Nick Fury? Then, without waiting for Ito to answer, Myriad Powers King asked angrily again. I'm not from S.H.I.E.L.D., and I don't know where Nick Fury is, so you asked the wrong person. Ito said in a low voice. Then why did you attack me? Myriad Powers King heard the words and asked in a deep voice, "Because I need to defeat you in exchange for some benefits I need." Seito shrugged. At this time, half of the island prison has been lowered, and only the remaining part has not returned to the sea. Defeat me? That's impossible. I am Myriad Powers King. I am invincible. Myriad Powers King raised his arms and said in a loud voice full of madness. Then he stretched out one hand and grabbed Seito and said fiercely, "Now, let me tell you how stupid your previous idea was." Just as his words fell, a majestic heavy pressure acted on Seito's body. "You're not the only one who can use force fields," Seito said in a low voice. Then the electromagnetic force field around his body rotated at a high speed in a posture similar to an electric coil, creating a positive and negative magnetic field force, pushing away the gravitational field around him. "That is electromagnetic force," Myriad Powers King said with some surprise in his voice. It should be said that he is worthy of being the top physicist of the original world. With just a glance, he saw the essence of the power Seito is currently using. "But I am the strongest," Myriad Powers King continued. Then, as if in response to his words, an even more powerful gravitational field that seemed to distort space once again acted on Seito's body, compressing the electromagnetic force field he released inwards. "Be careful. If this continues, Earth might explode from the pressure." Seito, who did not care about the changes around him, chuckled. "You should know that the electromagnetic force field around me is not just a protective barrier, but a part of the Earth's magnetic field, a binary core that interacts with the Earth's core magnetic field. If it is crushed by you, as a top physicist, you should understand what this means, right?" Myriad Powers King's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he subconsciously stopped the gravitational pressure on Seito. As a top physicist, of course, he knew what would happen to the Earth when he crushed Seito. There's no need to worry about the Earth exploding, but the global magnetic field is absolutely inevitable. As a result, the global climate will naturally undergo large-scale changes. The global electronic signals will be chaotic, electronic equipment will collapse, and various chemical properties will be reorganized. Most importantly, humans who are in the Earth's magnetic field will definitely not feel good. Dizziness and nausea are the minor side effects, and it is not impossible for their body organs to be damaged or even die. This is definitely not good news for Myriad Powers King, who has faintly regarded the Earth as his own territory. If you have the ability, don't use this kind of crooked method. Let's fight fair and square, Myriad Powers King said with an ugly expression on his face. Okay. However, to Myriad Powers King's surprise, Seito actually agreed, which surprised Myriad Powers King for a while. Done. Just when Myriad Powers King was confused, Seito pulled back his hand and gently patted it twice, as if to get rid of the non-existent dust in his palm, and said softly, "It turns out that just now, Seito finally sent the island prison back into the sea through continuous efforts, and it was very successful in not causing a large-scale disaster." Chapter 2137. Can you two tell me what's going on here? Just as the momentum between King of Storms and Seito became on the verge of breaking out, the figure of Iron Man with red and gold paint appeared above the heads of the two men and asked in what he thought was a relaxed tone. "Who are you?" King of Storms asked. "Oh, before you let others introduce themselves, shouldn't you introduce yourself as well?" Tony asked in return. "His name is Franklin Hall, but I think he prefers to be called King of Storms now." At this time, Seito interjected. Then he turned to look at Iron Man in space and continued. "As for the big toy-like guy in the sky, he is Iron Man, a real hero who is loyal to save the world. In addition, if you want to know where Nick Fury is, maybe he can answer you." In an instant, the force field activity around King of Storms changed, and he raised his hand to grab Iron Man and asked loudly, "Tell me, where is Nick Fury?" Hey, are you sure this guy is Franklin Hall, the world's top physicist who suddenly disappeared?" Tony, who felt that his whole body was shackled, continued to say in a joking tone, "I'm sure." Seito shrugged. "Then how did he become like this?" Tony was surprised. You should ask Nick Fury about this. The premise is that he is willing to tell you. Saito smiled. I think he should be willing to tell me. Tony said to himself. Tell me, where is Nick Fury? King of Storms, who was angered by Tony's attitude, roared loudly. In the process, Tony's Iron Man armor was tightly pressed by the surrounding graviton energy, as if it was being pinched by an invisible giant palm. It was a tight fit. J-A-R-V-I-S. Haven't you found a way yet? Tony cried. I'm sorry, sir. J-A-R-V-I-S replied. Hey man, are you just going to watch there? Aren't you going to do something meaningful? Tony asked Saito again. Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Saito shrugged. Tony was speechless. Fortunately, although he did not smash the ground, there were still people who were willing to save him. Right at this moment, a few light poo sounds were heard, and several thin and long yellow lights shot over from afar, accurately hitting the Myriad Strength King's head. Ouch! Myriad Strength King subconsciously cried out in pain. He had lost control of his gravitational force. And, taking advantage of this brief appearance, Tony quickly turned the repulsive force of the repulsive weapon on the Iron Man armor to the maximum. The gravitational force and graviton energy around his body burst apart and flew into the air. Thank you, little wasp. Tony expressed his gratitude after escaping. Who is this guy? The 3-inch woman named Little Wasp, whose body is really petite, continued to attack King Magneto with a bee stinger simulated by yellow bioenergy while asking Iron Man who had escaped from Iron Man. I heard from a guy who was watching the show that his name is Franklin Hall, the top physicist who suddenly disappeared 10 years ago. Tony replied, Who is that guy next to you? Little Wasp turned her head and looked at Saito, who was not far away with his arms crossed, and asked. I don't know. Tony replied in a muffled voice. You don't know? Little Wasp was stunned. Yes, I haven't been in a hurry to exchange business cards with him yet. Tony joked. Annoying little thing. Get out of my way. Myriad Strength King, who was a little annoyed by Little Wasp's stinger, roared and waved his right arm to the side like a fly. A powerful gravitational force immediately acted on a range of tens of meters in front of him, slamming Little Wasp, who was flying at high speed in this area, out. Little Wasp cried out in pain. She fell to the sea and rolled out to the shore of the island, not far away like a stone floating in the water. Jen. At this time, a similarly short red shadow flashed and flew to Little Wasp's side. He saved her from the water. Hank, Little Wasp called out weakly. Tony, who discovered through Jarvis's radar system that Little Wasp was rescued by Ant-Man, was no longer worried and turned his Iron Man armor. He flashed through the active gravitational area and came to the top of Myriad Strength King's head, shooting forward with both hands, shooting a large amount of repulsive energy aura towards Myriad Strength King. The Myriad Power King didn't dodge. He sneered as he looked at the attack flying towards him. Boom, 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 boom. Then the explosion sounded, and Myriad Strength King was suddenly enveloped in energy smoke. But in the next second, the smoke dissipated, revealing Myriad Strength King, who was still intact, and even under the movement of the smoke that had not completely dissipated, a circular transparent shield was faintly set off to protect Myriad Strength King. Then Myriad Strength King grabbed the air with one hand and once again grabbed Iron Man with gravity and threw him into the sky like throwing garbage. Under the gravitational force and gravity deliberately exerted by King of Storms, Iron Man quickly disappeared into the sky like a meteor flying backwards, breaking through the atmosphere, flying towards the universe, towards the moon, and no matter how hard Iron Man tried to stop it, he could not achieve any effect. However, before Myriad Strength King, who had dealt with Iron Man, could be proud, with a flash of blue light, under the reaction of the Pym particles, he turned into a giant Ant-Man with a height of more than 10 meters and appeared on the coast. He reached out with his big hand and grabbed Myriad Strength King, who was floating in the air. The Myriad Powers King pointed with one hand, and a repulsive force immediately appeared in front of the Ant-Man's hand, blocking it. Then the Myriad Powers King bent his arm and pushed the Ant-Man back, as if it was hit by an invisible car. The Ant-Man's 4 limbs were stretched out in front of it, and it was sent flying back, heavily crashing into a building beside the island. Boom! The house collapsed, stirring up a cloud of dust all over the sky. Hank! Little Wasp Jean flew to Ant-Man's side and called out with a little concern. I'm the strongest, Wanli Wong said in an insolent voice. Then he turned around and looked at Sei Ito not far away and said again, Now it's your turn. I didn't expect you to really do it. I thought you would keep that guy for a while in order to know the whereabouts of Nick Fury. Sei Ito, who put down his arms and was ready to fight Myriad Strength King, said, As long as I continue to make trouble, Nick Fury will always appear. So I just have to destroy as much as I want. Myriad Strength King said lightly. You really thought it through. Sei Ito was stunned. Well, let me see. Where did you get the confidence to dare to say that you are the strongest? Then Sei Ito shook his head slightly. Because I have mastered gravitational force, Myriad Strength King said proudly. After he said that, he stretched his hands forward and a large amount of gravitational force immediately acted on Sei Ito's body, as if it wanted to squeeze him into a meat stalk. However, Sei Ito's body suddenly appeared and blocked it. What is that? Myriad Strength King frowned. My other ability, psychokinesis. Sei Ito replied with a smile. Then, with a thought, a high-speed, spinning sharp object suddenly flew out from the surface of the sea, bringing along a small arc as it charged towards the 10,000 Powers King. However, just as he blocked Myriad Strength King's gravitational force, an invisible transparent shield formed by gravitational force appeared around Myriad Strength King's body and blocked Sei Ito's waterspout attack. Bang! Splash! La 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 la. Then, the water splashed in all directions and fell on the surface of the sea below like rain, creating small ripples on the surface of the sea. You can't hurt me. Myriad Strength King, who blocked Sei Ito's attack, said confidently. Is that so? Sei Ito asked softly. In the next moment, with the sound of the water surface breaking apart, a dozen huge greenish-brown vines, each as thick as a person, suddenly emerged from the water. They were like the tentacles of a sea monster as they stretched towards the Myriad Strength King in midair. Pa! The vines fell on Myriad Strength King's gravitational force shield, and then they attached themselves to it like real tentacles. However, all of this was not the end of Ito-Sei's attack. After all the vines attached to King of Storm's gravitational shield, all the vines immediately twisted and wrapped around King of Storms like a big hemp rope, tightly wrapping King of Storms in the middle of the hemp rope, and quickly compressing the vines inwards in the distortion visible to the naked eye. Obviously, this time, Sei Ito planned to use the explosive force of his biological growth instinct to destroy Myriad Strength King's gravitational force shield. Wow, it looks scary. On the shore, Little Wasp, who was watching the battle above the sea, said with a smile, How spectacular! It's like we've entered a land of giants. Hank Pym, who had returned to his normal size, exclaimed. In the next moment, pa, 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 the huge vines wrapped around Myriad Strength King's body suddenly broke apart, turning into a pile of human-sized vines, and fell to the sea below. But soon after, those falling vines suddenly scattered and turned into blazing flames. Then, like a divine dragon, they once again shot toward Myriad Strength King, who had just appeared in the air. Myriad Strength King's expression changed when he felt the heat of the flames, and he hurriedly used a spray of seawater to block in front of him. Whoosh! A large amount of white steam immediately spread out above the sea. Bang! But in the next second, after a muffled sound, Myriad Strength King's body shot out of the smoke like a cannonball, directly toward the shore where Hank and Little Wasp were. Boom! Smoke and dust flew everywhere, and the containers on the harbor were dented by the impact. Chapter 21:38. Damn it! Myriad Strength King, whose body was trapped in a large container, said hatefully. Following that, he waved his hand, and the nearly 10,000 containers in the harbor floated up from the ground under the gravitational force he released. Then, they turned into huge hidden weapons and shot towards Sei Ito in the air. Ito, who had replaced Myriad Strength King in his original position, flashed and disappeared in the air. In the next second, he appeared in front of Myriad Strength King in the next second. His hand was filled with the largest concentration of psychokinesis energy, and it flashed with red light as he punched towards Myriad Strength King's face. Myriad Strength King's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his hand. Boom! In the next moment, Ito's fist landed on the container above Myriad Strength King's head, creating a circular impact mark with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. Following that, Myriad Strength King's gravitational force pushed the ground under Ito's feet and sent him into the sky. But suddenly, the soil under Ito's feet suddenly crumbled and then turned into hundreds, thousands of hard rock javelins and shot towards 10,000 Strength King like a rain. Myriad Strength King stretched out his hand and used gravitational force to stop the rock javelins in the air. Then, with a twist of his wrist, the rock javelins were reflected towards Ito. However, in the next second, the rock javelins that were reflected towards Ito paused again and stopped in the air. Under the influence of the gravitational force and psychokinesis energy, they started to tremble violently. Pitch-black cracks began to appear on the stone spikes. 5 elements change. Earth gives birth to metal, Ito said softly. Then, the surface of the rock spikes that were about to be crushed into pieces by the confrontation of the two strange forces suddenly flashed with a metallic luster. They turned into metal javelins that flickered with cold light. Then, lightning appeared, crawling all over the body of the metal spears. They slowly and steadily moved towards the Myriad Strength King. Myriad Strength King's eyebrows gradually frowned, and the energy in his eyes jumped. A huge layer of soil, which was more than 10 meters long, more than 10 meters wide, and nearly 10 meters thick, was forcibly lifted from the ground. It pressed down on Ito's from behind like a towering tower. Ito, who felt the pressure of the soil layer behind him, stretched his left hand back, but before he could launch his power, a thick blue-white energy beam shot down from the sky, and the huge piece of soil that was about to crush Ito's body into a pile of smoke and dust. "Hey, buddy, I saved your life." Under the reflection of the sun, he said, "Hey, buddy." Iron Man, whose color appeared a little dark, said in a frivolous tone, "Even if you don't attack, that kind of thing can't hurt me." Ito retracted his left hand and focused all his attention on the confrontation with 10,000 Power King. "Maybe. However, I only saw that I saved your life," Tony said indifferently. Then the hands of the Iron Man armor stretched down and attacked Myriad Strength King very unknowingly. 2 repulsive energy beams instantly fell on Myriad Strength King's body. Boom! The smoke rose, and Myriad Strength King's body was blasted out. At the same time, without Myriad Strength King's gravity, the metal javelins immediately turned into orange-yellow beams with electric light and blasted into the ground in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. Then, a series of even more violent explosions rang out above the harbor. "I find that you seem to be very suitable to be an arms dealer." Looking at the big explosion created by, Ito, Tony joked in a frivolous tone, "If you're not afraid that I'll steal your business from Stark Industries." Ito replied casually, "Do you know me?" Tony, who was called by Ito, was surprised. But before Ito could answer, he continued, "That's right. There don't seem to be many people in this world who don't know me." In this world, as early as 3 or 4 years ago, Tony Stark had already revealed his true identity to the world. "But then again, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Tony asked. But at this moment, with a soft whistle, dozens of large containers flew towards Ito and the Iron Man suspended in the air with strong wind pressure. Iron Man's figure moved. He dodged the container's attack with a flexible flying posture. Ito's psychokinesis spread out and turned into an invisible big hand. He grabbed 2 containers that flew in front of him and then used them as weapons. The other containers that flew behind him were knocked out one by one. Bang, bang, but in a corner where no one was paying attention, several blurry air masses suddenly flew from all around to say Ito and hit his back. If it was a normal superhero in this world, they might have been hit by this move without special perception, but say Ito can't do that. He doesn't even need the special perception brought about by his superpowers. He can already detect the sneak attack coming from behind just by relying on his ability to listen to the wind. Then one of the two deformed containers flying in front of him suddenly turned and collided with the invisible blurry air masses. Boom! Whoa, be careful! But then, with Tony's shout, Iron Man hits Sei Ito's body like a meteor. Snap! Welcome to the landing, Iron Man. Hank, the giant Ant-Man, lowered his head slightly and looked at Iron Man lying in his palm and joked. Thanks, Hank. Tony shook his head, sat up, and thanked him with lingering fear. All of you go to hell. King of Storms, who flew into the sky again, said loudly. In the next moment, everyone felt their bodies become heavy and their bodies bent down uncontrollably. Even the ground seemed to be unable to withstand a certain heavy force, and it caved down sharply. It was a gravity attack. Ant-Man, who was tall and strong, was more affected by gravity, snorted and quickly used the Pym particles to remove his giant transformation and lay on the ground in his normal size. Next to him was the little wasp, who was also lying on the ground, and Tony Stark, who was wearing an Iron Man armor. Only Sei Ito, who was protected by psychokinesis, was still standing on the ground, completely unaffected. Man, it seems that you can only rely on yourself next, Tony said with difficulty. I didn't expect you to help me, Sei Ito said lightly, then stepped into the void as if stepping on an invisible real staircase. Step by step, he walked into the sky. Seeing that Sei Ito was still unaffected by gravity, King of Storms frowned and exerted more gravity on Sei Ito's body, but still seemed to be useless and could not stop Sei Ito's actions. I wanted to have a good fight with you and see what the limit of your strength can reach. Unfortunately, a few guys came out to mess things up. Sei Ito looked at King of Storms and said lightly, Is he talking about us? Tony asked the little wasp and Ant-Man subconsciously, If there is no one else here. Ant-Man replied, Damn it. We are clearly helping him, the little wasp said angrily. However, Ito-sei didn't pay any attention to their conversation and complaints. He continued to talk to Myriad's brawn. Although their actions are out of sense of justice, I have to admit that they gave me a good feeling. That's why I don't want them to die here just like that. Even if we become enemies in the future. Enemies? Tony was surprised. Hank, Jen, did I hear wrong? No, Ant-Man replied. Definitely not. The little wasp echoed. Well, it seems that this friend's identity is very special. Tony said softly. So? King of Storms asked back. For their safety, and to prevent more disturbances from appearing, I have to use some power that is somewhat beyond the current standards of Earth to end the battle between us. Sei Ito shrugged with a helpless expression. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. King of Storm's expression and the active state of the power around his body completely stopped, like a small insect sealed in amber, motionless. Time stopped. Although universal gravity is very powerful, before it can fully operate and reach the level of distorting space and disrupting energy, it still can't stop the more powerful attack of the power of time. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito threw the statue-like King of Storms into the Rubik's Cube world. With his disappearance, the supergravity acting on Iron Man, the little wasp, and Ant-Man immediately dissipated. Where's King of Storms? Tony, who stood up from the ground, asked. I sent him to a place where no one can find him. Sei Ito said lightly. Hey, aren't you going to say who you are? The little wasp put his hands on his waist and looked up at Sei Ito in midair. You can call me Chun. Sei Ito turned his head and looked in the direction of Colorado, then replied. Chun. Tony, who was wrapped in the Iron Man armor, frowned and repeated. By the way, what happened here before? Also, was the Myriad Powers King really Franklin Hall? Why did he become like this, do you know? Ant-Man Hank asked. I don't know exactly what happened. When I arrived here, that Myriad Powers King guy just happened to appear. After that, you guys came over. You should have seen what happened. Say Ito, who was overlooking the three of them, replied, "As for whether King of Storms is Franklin Hall or not, my answer is yes. But why did he become like this? You'd better ask S.H.I.E.L.D., although I don't think you can get anything out of them now." Chapter 2139. P.S. Thank you to Brother Light Tao for your precious monthly votes. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. I'm looking forward to seeing you next time. Before Tony Stark and Hank Pym could ask, Sei Ito, who had collected a large amount of the world's power obtained from killing Wan Li Wan, spoke up. Then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared in front of Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Little Wasp. "Hey man, wait," Tony called out. "Sir, he has already left," Jarvis reminded him. "What was that just now?" Tony asked. "It's probably a kind of spatial teleportation ability," Hank replied on behalf of Jarvis. "Yes, sir, Dr. Hank is right," Jarvis echoed. "Wow, I feel more and more that the joke I made before is not funny," Tony said helplessly. "What joke?" Little Wasp asked in surprise. She didn't remember that the man had made any jokes with them just now. "He said that we will be enemies in the future." "Oh, that's too bad. I won't be able to sleep well if I become an opponent with this kind of guy," Tony explained with a headache. Little Wasp and Ant-Man looked at each other and fell silent. "I still have an experiment to do, so I'll go first," Ant-Man Hank said as he activated the Pym particles and shrank himself to the size of a foot. He sat on a red flying ant and was about to fly to the city. "Hank, wait," Tony stopped him. "What?" Hank was puzzled. "Aren't you curious about Franklin Hall's problem?" "I think we should be able to get the answer." Tony looked up at the sky and said in a low voice. The moment his voice fell, several flying motorcycles for individual combat that were traveling at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour appeared in the distant sky. They quickly entered the eyes of Tony and others at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the faces of Nick Fury and others sitting on them appeared. It seems that taking a break and chatting with others is a good choice. In a burst of blue light, Ant-Man Hank, who had returned to the size of a normal person, said softly. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had left the island prison, did a simple search. In a flash, he appeared in front of the office building of Frost International Company. Ito, Sei tidied up his clothes and walked into the lobby of the building like an ordinary visitor. He came to the front desk of the lobby. "Hello, sir." The pretty girl at the front desk greeted him with a smile. "Hello, beautiful lady. Is Chairman Foster in the company?" Sei Ito asked with a smile. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Hearing the compliment, the smile on the receptionist's face became even more cordial as she asked. "No, but I have an urgent matter to discuss with Chairman Foster. If possible, please help me make an appointment now." Sei Ito stretched out his hand. He took out a bright red rose from beside the receptionist's ear and handed it to her. "Oh, thank you. Are you a magician?" The receptionist happily took the roses and asked. Sei Ito smiled and said, "When I meet beautiful girls, I occasionally do this part-time job. For example, right now." The receptionist blushed and hurriedly picked up the phone next to her to connect the internal line. "Miss Fox, is Chairman Emma in the company now?" "Oh, it's like this. There's a gentleman at the front desk." The receptionist raised her head and looked at Sei Ito. Sei Ito tactfully introduced himself. "Chun Shiching. You can call me Chun. Mr. Chun would like to meet with the chairman." "No appointment." "Okay. I'm sorry, Chun. You heard it. The chairman won't meet anyone who doesn't have an appointment." The receptionist put down the phone and helplessly shrugged at Sei Ito. "Yes, that's unfortunate," Sei Ito said with a timely look of disappointment. Then he changed the topic and asked, "Right. What's your name? Do you have time to have dinner together tonight?" "You're not as reserved as you look." The receptionist smiled. "My name is Luo Z. You can pick me up here after 5. "Okay. My dear Miss Luo Z." Sei Ito reached out and grabbed Luo Z's hand. He lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her hand. He chuckled and said, "Trust me, tonight's date won't disappoint you." Then he let go of her hand and turned toward the door. But just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Luo Z, who was looking at him. He asked, "Oh, By the way, which floor is Chairman Emma's office on? The 29th floor. What's wrong? Luo Z subconsciously answered and then asked. Nothing. I was thinking if I could use magic to fly up to see her. Seito replied in a joking tone. Good luck. Luo Z, who really took it as a joke, casually wished him well. Thank you for your kind words. Ito Mori smiled. Then he pushed open the glass door in front of him, turned around, and walked out of the building owned by Frost International. He came to a corner where no one was paying attention. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. The next second, he appeared in the corridor on the 29th floor of the building. Ito-sei simply looked at the surrounding environment of the corridor, then walked in the corridor. Soon, a double door with a different shape from the single door of other rooms on the floor appeared in front of Seito. Seito, who felt that he had found the right place, smiled softly and raised his hand to knock on the door in front of him. Knock, 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 come in. Immediately afterward, a woman's voice full of majesty came from behind the door. Seito, who got permission, reached out and twisted the door handle. With a click, the door opened and he walked into the room. The first thing that caught his eyes was a very spacious room. It was rectangular and looked like the size of a large bedroom. The floor was covered with a red cashmere carpet. A huge Christian oil painting hung on the wall on the left side of the door. On the opposite side of the oil painting, there was a small half-open door. A faintly visible double soft bed was placed in the room. In the middle of the room, in front of the window, a solid brown wooden desk was placed on the ground. A beautiful woman with a slim and sexy figure, wearing a white dress and long blonde wavy hair, was behind the desk. She crossed her fingers and looked coldly at Seito, who walked in from the door. Oh, it's not good to peek into other people's memories. With a click, Ito-sei closed the door and locked it. He looked at the blonde woman in the room, Emma Foster, and joked with a light smile. Breaking into other people's offices is also a crime. Emma's pupils shrank, and she didn't hold back. I don't have a choice. I've already asked the receptionist. Unfortunately, you didn't agree, so I had to use my own method to see you. Seito walked slowly to the opposite side of Emma. Without him doing anything, a chair automatically moved behind him for him to sit. Then he crossed his legs and placed his hands on his thighs. He looked up at Emma behind the desk and chuckled. Emma glanced at the chair under Seito and frowned slightly. You're the chin that Fox mentioned just now? Yes. Seito nodded and admitted. Why are you looking for me? Emma asked calmly. I heard that the Hellfire Club is very powerful. So, I want to ask for a favor from you, Queen Bai. Seito smiled. Emma, who knew that Seito still had something to say, didn't speak and waited for him to continue. Sure enough, in the next moment, Seito continued. I want to know the specific location of the cube in shields for major prisons, as well as the headquarters of AIM and Hydra. If possible, it would be best to give me information about the recent activities of their leaders or core figures. I will be very grateful. Since you know about the existence of the Hellfire Club, you should also understand. What are the consequences of provoking us? Emma looked at Seito with a flat expression and said in a slightly cold voice, Your ability is not enough to be your backing, although it was not a direct threat. But in terms of the meaning, it was no different from a threat. Let me think, who is in the Hellfire Club now? Seito, who didn't take him as threat to heart, chuckled. Sebastian Shaw? Celine? Harry Leland? Jason? Basically, every time he said a name, Emma's face became more dignified, and even in the end, her face showed an uncontrollable look of horror. Do you need me to name the names of the other branches? Seito asked softly as he admired Emma's beautiful face with interest. Who the hell are you? Emma asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know you very well, and I have the ability to eliminate most of you. Seito got up from his chair and walked along the edge of the desk to Emma's back. He stretched out his hands to hold her face, lifted her up, looked up into his eyes, and said, So, beautiful Emma, tell me your answer. Will you help me, or what? Emma didn't say anything, but her eyes suddenly lit up with a star-like radiance. Tisk, disobedient woman, Seito frowned and said in a low voice. Yes, your psychic ability is indeed very strong. In this world, except for Professor X, Black Queen Selene, and a few other people, no one can compare to you. But you're still a little lacking for me, so don't waste your effort. It will only make my only good impression on you disappear, Sei Ito continued. Seeing that her psychic storm didn't succeed, Emma raised her hands and slapped Sei Ito's head with her hands that had turned into diamonds. At the same time, Emma's body also quickly became transparent and crystal clear. Almost in the blink of an eye, she turned into a human-shaped object completely formed by the hardest material in the world, diamond. Seito leaned back and dodged the attack. Pa! The White Queen slapped her hands together, but then she twisted her body and manipulated the chair under her to spin quickly. At the same time, she stretched out her right leg and swept it towards Sei Ito's waist. Facing the attack, Sei Ito's figure flashed and reappeared in the center of the office. But at this moment, two muffled bangs sounded. The door that Sei Ito locked in advance was blasted open. Then, a fat man with thick chest hair and several armed men in security uniforms broke into Emma's office and attacked Sei Ito without any explanation. Bang, 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 muffled gunshots rang out continuously in the room. It seems that you have made your choice, Miss Emma Foster. Ito, Sei didn't even look at the guns behind him. He looked at Emma, who was still standing behind the desk and maintaining her diamond body posture, and said softly. While he was talking, the bullets that flew out of the guns stopped behind Sei Ito like a still picture. Tank, kill him, Emma ordered coldly. Roar. After receiving the order, the butcher-like fat man immediately roared and rushed toward Ito Seiji. Disperse into particles and disappear from this world, Sei Ito said softly. The next moment, as if in response to his words, the fat man named Tank began to disintegrate into a pile of black substances like soot from his limbs, quickly melting into the air. At the moment when he rushed to Ito Seiji's side, due to inertia, he completely disintegrated into a pile of black substances and completely dissipated. Emma's pupils shrunk uncontrollably as she watched her subordinate die in such a bizarre manner. Now, do you still want to stick to your decision, Miss Emma Foster? Miss Emma Foster, Ito Sei asked with interest. Finishing his words, Emma didn't make any movements, and the security guards orderly left the office and quickly disappeared into the corridor. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled and still didn't make any movements. The bullets floating behind him also disappeared into a pile of ashes like Tank. 3 days later, you will get the information you want. After seeing Sei Ito's terrifying decomposition ability, Emma knew that even if she transformed into her diamond form, she wouldn't be able to survive, so she directly removed her second form and said softly, Very good. I hope that we will have a pleasant meeting at that time. Sei Ito smiled. Then, I will take my leave. Finishing his words, Sei Ito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of Emma. He reached out his arm and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head and kissed her delicate red lips. After kissing her fiercely, his figure flashed again and left Emma's office for real, leaving only his voice echoing in the air. Remember to dress sexier next time. I like your original outfit. Chapter 2140. Speaking of which, it seems that I still don't know whether this is a continuation of the X-Men world I went to last time or a parallel universe in the Marvel world that is different from it. It's time to make sure. Standing on the top of a high-rise building in Twist City and overlooking the city scenery, Ito Sei thought. I hope it's a continuation, otherwise I can only be a villain again and take away Storm and Phoenix from this world. After thinking about it, Sei Ito's figure flashed and appeared above Xavier's school for the gifted. Then he directly opened his psychic force and scanned the entire school. There was no Storm. There was no Jean Grey. Similarly, there was no Pixie, nor the students of the X Academy, such as Invisible Cat that he took away. Laser Eyes was still there, but his face was full of beard, and he looked very dispirited. Iron Wolf took over the X-Men and led a group of mutants who joined later or newly grown up to train in the depths of the school. It was somewhat like the plot of the comic Iron Wolf X Avengers. Professor X continued to be his behind-the-scenes boss and instilled various knowledge into the little mutants every day. "Since you're here, come in." At this time, Professor X's telepathic voice sounded in Seito's mind. "It seems that this world is a continuation of the X-Men world I left last time. The magic cube will choose the entry point." Seito, who confirmed the basic information of the world, was secretly relieved. In fact, if Ito-sei was really in a Marvel parallel universe, he would also have a headache. Although with his current ability, it was not a problem for him to forcefully tie up the unawakened Jean Grey and Lady Stormward who had not evolved to the Omega class. But the key thing is how to deal with them after kidnapping them. He can't just leave them alone, right? So the current situation is the best. No burden. So, speaking of which, was it because the magic cube felt my thoughts that it made a breakthrough in the Marvel Universe? Did it directly choose this world as the landing site? Of course, thinking about it, Seito's movements were not affected at all. He flashed directly and came to Professor X's office. "Okay, children, that's all for today's class. Tomorrow, each of you will hand in an analysis report on ordinary humans." When Professor X saw Seito appear, he smiled and said to the 20 students sitting below. Whoosh, hearing that the class could end early, the students hurriedly stood up from their chairs. They took their belongings and walked out of the room. "Goodbye, Professor. See you tomorrow, Professor." "Bye-bye, Professor." After a while, all the students left the room, leaving only Ito-sei and Professor X in the room. They stared at each other with their eyes wide open. What a nostalgic scene. Seito broke the silence after a while. "It's a pity that some familiar faces are missing," Professor X said softly. Seito, who had already started the conversation, smiled. There was no response. After a short pause, Professor X asked, "How are Lady Stormward and the other students?" For Seito, it had been decades since he last left this world, but for Professor X, who was in this world, it had only been 2 years. However, only 1 or 2 years had passed, so he didn't have the strange feeling of seeing Professor X again like Ito-sei did. They're doing well and have completely integrated into human society. They have a life of their own, Seito said softly. "Is that so? That's good. I'm relieved." Professor X smiled as if he was the head of a family. Then, the topic changed. He asked again, "Do you mind taking me to that world?" "Sorry, since you refuse to go there, you are welcome now." "You are not welcome there either." Ito Mori refused without hesitation. "That's really regrettable." Professor X sighed softly. Next, there was a short silence between the two. Then Professor X looked at Seito with a serious face and asked, "Can you tell me the purpose of what you did just now?" "It's nothing. I just want to confirm whether I came back to the world where Lady Stormward and the others used to live, or another parallel universe where you and them exist." Seito shrugged indifferently and explained, "Have you been to the parallel universe of our world?" Professor X was surprised. "Probably." Seito recalled the world of Captain America from World War II, where he had obtained a Rubik's Cube, and said with some uncertainty. The reason why he was uncertain was because he didn't know whether he went to the independent Captain America world or the time when Captain America was born in a parallel universe in the Marvel Universe. "Your experience is really amazing," Professor X said, then continued. "How long are you going to stay here this time?" "I'm not sure yet. Maybe a few months, maybe a year or two. Who knows?" Seito chuckled. "Well, I've seen what I need to see and confirmed what I need to confirm, so I won't disturb you from teaching those children later." "Aren't you going to see Steelwolf and the others?" Professor X asked. "It's not necessary. After all, I don't have a good relationship with them." After that, Seito's figure flashed and disappeared in front of Professor X. Seeing that he was the only one left in the room, Professor X turned the wheelchair around and faced the balcony. His deep eyes looked at the bright sky outside, and no one knew what he was thinking. On the other side, Seito's figure appeared on the top of the tallest building in New York City, but at this time, there was a strange visitor beside him. "Sorry, I didn't know there was someone here." Spider-Man, who was wearing a red and blue spider suit, said apologetically. It's just that there was no trace of apology in his tone when he spoke. It's okay, this place is big. Ito smiled. Spider-Man didn't speak. He walked to the edge of the building, squatted down like a frog, and looked down at the entire city of New York. The scenery here is great, isn't it? Spider-Man said. Yes, as far as the eye can see, there are no obstacles in the way. It's relaxing and comfortable. Ito opened his arms, closed his eyes slightly, as if he was embracing the world, and said softly, "Your taste is very good." Spider-Man praised in a much better tone than before. "You too." Ito put down his arms and opened his eyes with a smile. Then he reached out to Spider-Man and introduced himself with a smile. "Chun Shiching, you can call me Chun. I'm Spider-Man." Spider-Man looked at Ito Say, then reached out and shook his outstretched hand together and said, "I know, you've been very active in the news recently." After shaking hands, Ito retracted his hand and smiled. Spider-Man shrugged and turned his head to look at the city block below again. But at that moment, a few baboon-like creatures ran out from one of the streets, destroying everything around them without any scruples. "It seems that I have a job again," Spider-Man said. "Good luck." Ito smiled. "My luck has always been good." With that said, his body tilted and quickly fell downstairs, but halfway down he reached out and shot a spider silk at a building next to him. With the pulling force and flexibility of the spider silk, he rushed to the accident site at high speed like a Mount Tai in the big steel jungle of the city. When the sliding force was exhausted this time, he shot another spider silk and used the power of another spider silk to fly into the distance. After a few flashes, he appeared beside the 4 red-haired baboon-like monsters. With a stomp of his feet, he sent one of them flying. After that, he flipped over and landed on the ground. With his monkey-like agility, he began to fight with the 4 baboon-like monsters. The Marvel world is getting more and more interesting. Looking at Spider-Man fighting with the baboon-like monsters below, Ito whispered to himself, "Now, let's pretend to be a superhero." Then his figure flashed, and he also moved toward some other monsters that he had found before who didn't seem to be good people. After 3 days of being a superhero in New York, Ito came to the headquarters of Frost International as promised in the morning. "Hey, Luo Z." Ito greeted Luo Z at the front desk with practiced ease. "Why are you here?" Luo Z asked in surprise. "To ask you out again, of course. You know, I really enjoyed that night last time." Ito walked to the front desk, grabbed Luo Z's little hand, and kissed it. "Don't mess around. I'm at work. If my supervisor sees this, I'll lose my salary." Luo Z blushed and rolled her eyes at Ito. "Okay, damn supervisor." Ito let go of Luo Z's hand and cursed in a low voice. Then he raised his head and smiled at Luo Z again. "Dear, help me contact your chairman. Tell him that Chun is here. You got an appointment?" Luo Z looked at Ito in surprise as she picked up the phone beside her and dialed the internal line. "Of course," Ito said with a smile. "Okay, got it, Miss Fox." Luo Z answered twice and put down the phone. She pressed a button next to her and pointed at one of the 3 elevators not far away. "Do you see it? It's the one on the far right. Take it to the 29th floor. Miss Fox will meet you there." "Got it. I'll pick you up at 5 in the evening." Ito nodded and turned to Luo Z beside him. "Okay." Luo Z smiled. Ito quickly waved his fingers at Luo Z and walked to the elevator. He pressed the button and entered it, quickly going up to the 29th floor. Chapter 2141. Creak. The door to Emma Foster's office was opened. "Mr. Chun, please." A Caucasian woman in a gray business suit with long blonde hair, tied into a ponytail, turned sideways and said, "Thank you," Ito said with a nod, and walked into Emma's office through the open door. However, other than Emma Foster, the owner of the office, there were 3 other men in the office. They were a long-faced Caucasian man in a black suit and a red shirt. He was also in a black suit, but his skin was a strange crimson color. He had 2 pointy ears and a long black tail behind him, making him look like a demon from movies. The last one was a tall, thin man in a brown jacket and bell-shaped jeans. He was holding a deck of cards in his hand. Sebastian Shaw, Red Devil, Card King? What a lineup. Seito's expression didn't change when he saw the three unfamiliar men. He was still smiling casually. Bang! At the same time, the blonde woman, who had completed her mission, left the room and closed the door behind her. You really do know us. The Caucasian man, Sebastian Shaw, who was sitting in the main seat that only Emma, the owner of the company, could sit in. He was sipping a glass of red wine in his hand, and he smiled wickedly. Ms. Emma, is this the answer you want to give me? Seito ignored Shaw's words. Instead, he looked at Emma, who was standing beside Shaw, and asked with interest. No, this is a test before I get the answer, Emma said softly. Yes, a test before I get the answer, Shaw said. Shaw chimed in. If you win, not only will you get all the information you want, but you'll also get all the information you want. You'll also get an invitation to join our Hellfire Club. But if you fail, I'm sorry. You can only disappear from this world, and not even a trace of you will exist. As Seito explained, Red Devil and Card King stood up from their chairs and the wall respectively. They walked to Seito. Emma should have told you about my ability, right? Aren't you afraid that they'll die here? Seito raised his eyebrows. That only proves that you're stronger than them. You're more worthy of living in this world. For the Hellfire, you're a more suitable candidate. I think the other clubs would be willing to see this happen. Shaw gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. He shook the scarlet liquid inside and said in a relaxed tone, Do you two have the same idea? Itose turned to look at Red Devil and Card Emperor. What answered him was a red energy beam attack and a card wrapped in some kind of energy. It seems so, Seito said helplessly. At the same time, his figure flashed and he left the place. Boom. Then, the energy collided with the card, causing a huge explosion. At this moment, Red Devil, whose attack had missed, flashed and appeared in front of Seito, his golden eyes flashing. He attacked Seito's mind with his mind control ability. Didn't Emma tell you that mind control doesn't work on me? Seito sneered. His eyes lit up as well. He shot a huge amount of primordial spirit power into Red Devil's mind through eye contact. In an instant, Red Devil only felt a great pain. He used instant transmission to dodge from Itose while screaming loudly. Whoosh. Card King's expression didn't change when he saw Red Devil defeated in one move. He quickly threw out 4 or 5 poker cards wrapped in strange energy and shot them at Seito's vital points. After dealing with Red Devil, Seito stretched out his hand. He used psychokinesis to fix the cards in the air. Then there was a loud explosion. A large flame surged towards Seito. Seito, who bore the brunt of the attack, flashed and appeared behind Card King. However, Card King seemed to have expected this. He turned around abruptly and slashed the cards in his hand at Seito's neck like a knife. Seito leaned back and dodged the attack. At the same time, he raised his left foot and kicked at Card King. Card King, who saw that his attack had missed, raised his left hand and blocked the side of his waist that was about to be kicked. However, in the next second, Seito, who was about to land on his palm, turned his ankle and moved up by half an inch. He kicked Card King's chest hard. In a split second, 2 crisp sounds of bang and kacha could be heard. Card Emperor's body flew backward at high speed like a cannonball. He only came to a stop when he slammed into the wall beside him. Crack, crack. A large area of fine and irregular cracks appeared on the wall of the office. It was obvious that the impact was fierce. Clap, 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 clap. At this moment, Sebastian Shaw clapped his shriveled palms in admiration when he saw how easily his men were dealt with. Then, he stood up and praised. Very good. An elite like you is the talent that our Hellfire Club needs. Now, as the Black King, I formally invite you to join our Hellfire Club. This way, not only will you get everything you want, but you'll also get more. Even if it's Miss Emma? Seito asked with a faint smile. The smile on Sebastian Shaw's face froze. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Although he used the White Queen Emma more than he had feelings for her, and even after the Black Queen Serene had returned to the throne, he didn't have many feelings for her. However, Emma was still his subordinate and his lover in name. Therefore, it would be strange if Emma was in a good mood when another man bluntly said that to her face. At this time, Emma also paid attention to Sebastian Shaw, wanting to see his choice. "I'm sorry, Emma is my private property. He can't give it to you." Shaw put down his palm and said softly, "But as long as you join the Hellfire Club, I can guarantee that you will have more beautiful women, even an excellent mutant beauty like Emma." "Then what position are you going to give me? The White King or the Red King?" Sei Ito nodded non-committally and asked again. The positions of the Hellfire Club were determined according to the ranks of chess, so under normal circumstances, there would be a pattern of 2 kings, 2 queens, 2 chariots, and 2 bishops. That is, the normal black king, white king, black queen, white queen, black chariot, white chariot, and so on. But in addition, there was also a red king and red queen that were like special chess pieces. For example, Magneto was the Red King in the Hellfire Club, and even after he became the White King in the future, he would become the only Gray King in the Hellfire Club. To become the king, this requires the joint testimony of the core members of the club. So except for the chariot and bishop positions under me and Emma, you can't get any other positions for the time being. Shaw reached out and took the empty goblet that Emma had brought back, picked up the wine bottle on the side, and poured some red wine into the goblet, and explained, "Come on, let's drink this glass of wine. From now on, we are companions." Then, Shaw picked up the wine glass and handed it to Sei Ito with a smile. "Shaw, you have to know that the choice is always two-way. So before drinking that glass of wine, let me see if you are qualified to occupy the position of the Black King." Sei Ito, who stood still, looked straight at Sebastian Shaw and said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and appeared behind Shaw. He stretched out his palm and put it on Shaw's shoulder, activating the molecular manipulation ability of psychokinesis to the maximum extent. In an instant, a pile of dark dust floated up from Sebastian Shaw's shoulder in a form visible to the naked eye. Ah! Sebastian opened his mouth wide in pain and instinctively let out a low groan of pain. However, Shaw was still Shaw after all. The moment he felt the pain, his expression froze. At the same time, he raised his left arm high and hit Sei Ito's face with his elbow. "Pa!" Sei Ito raised his left hand halfway and blocked Shaw's attack with his palm. "Emma!" Shaw screamed with a twisted face when he saw that his skin and flesh were beginning to disintegrate. Hearing the scream, Emma immediately turned into Diamond Man and kicked Sei Ito's waist with her right foot. Sei Ito moved to Sebastian's side, but his palm was still pressed on Sebastian's shoulder, as if it was pinched. Ace card. Red Devil. Shaw punched Itingxing's face while shouting the names of his 2 subordinates. Ace card propped himself up and flicked his hand. A card quickly flew to Sei Ito's side. At the same time, Red Devil released a red energy attack in front of his hands and hit Sei Ito's back. "TSK, there's strength in numbers," Sei Ito said softly. Then, his figure flashed away from Sebastian's side. "Boom! Red Devil, let's go!" Sebastian Shaw shouted at this time. "You want to leave?" "It's not that easy," Sei Ito said calmly, standing in the middle of the office. Then, without any visible movement, an invisible ripple spread rapidly with him as the center and enveloped the entire office in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Red Devil appeared beside Sebastian and said with a frown, "No, Shaw, I can't use my teleportation ability." "Damn it." Sebastian cursed angrily. "It's rare for a big villain like you to gather here. It would be a pity if I don't kill you here. So, Sebastian Shaw, prepare to die," Sei Ito said calmly. "Go. Kill him." Sebastian Shaw's eyes flashed fiercely as he roared crazily. Chapter 2142. P.S. Thanks to Man Beyond the Heavens, Idler Shao Chi, Always Late, Blood Battles in 3 Realms, and Member of the Starry Sky for their precious monthly votes. Card Emperor endured the pain of his broken ribs and shot at the poker party wrapped in strange energy. Red Devil also endured the dizziness in his head and released the red, evil energy. Emma, who had transformed into Diamond Man, quickly rushed to Sei Ito's side and kicked his body. As for the leader, Sebastian Shaw, he hurriedly used the opportunity to mobilize the abundant energy in his body to heal the injuries on his body. Sei Ito, who was in the middle of the attack, moved his mind and dodged the attacks of the three people at the same time, appearing behind Card Emperor in a flash. Then, he slapped his palm forward and hit Card Emperor's neck. Pa! Amidst the faint electric light, Card Emperor groaned and fell to the ground like a boneless mollusk. His limbs were like fish out of water, flailing chaotically. Then, Sei Ito, who had temporarily taken care of Card Emperor, flashed again and appeared beside Red Devil. Due to the space seal, he couldn't freely use his teleportation ability like Sei Ito, who was the owner of the space, but Red Devil, who still had a sense of space around him, could still clearly sense the changes around him. He hurriedly rolled on the ground and dodged to the side. But before he could stand firm, with a few strange bangs and creaks, several thick steel bars broke out of the cement floor of the office and pierced into Red Devil's body. Red blood quickly flowed out of Red Devil's wounds amidst his blood-curdling screams. Then, Sei Ito's figure flashed again and appeared in front of Sebastian Shaw, who had just healed the flesh on his right shoulder that had been dissected. Bastard! Looking at Sei Ito in front of him, Red Devil's face contorted in anger. Sebastian's face twisted as he roared, and then he swung his right fist. With a powerful momentum and energy, it blasted towards Sei Ito's cheek. Sei Ito, who was in front of the fist, flashed a black light on his left hand and stood in front of Red Devil. With a paw sound, he caught Sebastian's fist in his palm. My power! At that moment, Sebastian's expression changed as he shouted in horror. You're not the only one who can absorb energy, Sei Ito sneered. Then, he stretched his right hand forward and slapped Sebastian's shoulder. Black light expanded around his body, forming a pitch-black, boundless black hole that could even swallow the surrounding light. And the black hole spun at high speed, devouring all the matter in the office and forcefully absorbing the powerful energy from Sebastian's body. Oh my God, help me. Sebastian raised his head as he felt the energy in his body draining rapidly. Sei Su said, hers is Emma, who was her, and hers is of her black, who was black of night, of sky. Of world of times sky. Being sky, being of s, of sky of. Emma. Seeing that Emma didn't come to save him immediately, Sebastian's eyes flashed fiercely as he shouted again. Hearing that, Emma's expression froze. She clenched her teeth and pulled her hand out of the wall. She stopped resisting and allowed her body to fly towards the black hole at high speed, towards Sei Ito. At that moment, Sei Ito smiled, and another figure suddenly came out from behind him. He stretched out his hands and intercepted Emma, who was rushing towards Ito Seiji due to inertia. You're still useful to me. Don't force me to kill you here. The figure came out from behind Sei Ito. The shadow clone, who looked and dressed exactly like Sei Ito, smiled. Then, with a thought, Emma's body seemed to be hit by an invisible force. She flew back at high speed and heavily hit the wall beside the office door. She was deeply embedded in it and then tightly restrained to the wall by a pile of steel that suddenly emerged from the wall. After doing all this, the shadow clone, Sei Ito, shrank back and merged back into Sei Ito's body. Let me go. I'm willing to hand over my position and let you take over. Seeing that his three subordinates were all imprisoned, Sebastian, who knew that he had lost, said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, but you're not on my forgivable list. So, accept your fate, Sebastian Shaw. Sei Ito was completely unmoved as he said indifferently. Then, with a thought, he used a more powerful method to suck the energy from Sebastian's body. Under this stronger suction force, Sebastian's body, which was barely recognizable, quickly became old. A large number of dry wrinkles began to appear on his skin, his dark hair began to turn white, and his relatively strong body became extremely stooped. His breath was weak, and his eyes were muddled. He looked like he could die at any time. However, at this moment, Ito thought again and retracted the power of the black hole. This was not because he changed his mind and wanted to let Sebastian Shaw go, but he suddenly remembered that in the Marvel world, even if people were turned into particles, they might not be able to really be eliminated. Especially those famous heroes and villains. Whether they were mutants or enhanced soldiers like Captain America, they might be resurrected for some reason. So in order to make sure that he could completely eliminate the tragic Sebastian Shaw without any sequelae, Ito decided to bury him in a different place. Then, with a thought, he threw the dying Sebastian into the Rubik's Cube world and mobilized the power of the Rubik's Cube world to turn him into nothingness. Then, he did the same thing and sent Red Devil, an old monster who had lived for more than 3,000 years, into the Rubik's Cube world for the ultimate treatment. Only the Ace, who was considered a good person and a superhero in the original work, and Emma, who would become the leader of the X-Men in the future and was now one of the controllers of the Hellfire Club, were left. From now on, I'm the Black King. You don't have a problem with that, right? Ito walked to the White Queen, Emma, who was embedded in the wall by the steel bars, and looked at her face that had turned back to normal. Welcome to the Hellfire Club, Chun. Emma's expression changed slightly. She congratulated him. Okay, can you let me go now? These things are hurting me, Emma continued. Of course. Ito smiled. He did not move. The steel bars that were tied to Emma's body opened spontaneously with a strange creaking sound, releasing Emma from her imprisonment. Ugh! Emma struggled hard. She jumped down from the wall. Then, she looked up at Ito in front of her, turned around, and walked into the room connected to the office. At this moment, electric light flashed under Ito's feet. A large amount of fine electric light spread out like small snakes. In the blink of an eye, it filled the entire office, making it look like an electric room. The next moment, the electric light flashed and released a strong, dazzling light, piercing Card's eyes. He could not help but close his eyes tightly. Fortunately, the strong light came and went quickly. When Card opened his eyes again, the entire office was refreshed. The protruding steel bars on the ground had disappeared, and the broken surface had become flat again. If it were not for the lack of the original cashmere carpet and some decorations, it would be hard to believe that a fierce battle had just happened here. Ugh! At the same time, because of the light from before, Emma rushed out of the room. Emma, who hurriedly ran out of the room, saw the changes in the office and could not help but stand there in shock. Fortunately, White Queen Emma was not an ordinary person. She quickly recovered and walked to Ito's side. He threw a USB storage disk-like thing to Ito and explained, "This is what you want. The main research rooms of the Hydra base and AIM, as well as their core personnel, are all in it." "Very good. Thank you." Ito waved his hand and took the disk with a smile. "When are you going to the club to complete the ceremony?" He paused. Emma asked, "Do you have an extra phone?" Ito asked. Emma nodded slightly and closed her eyes, although she did not move. But Ito, with his keen senses, felt a strange energy emanating from Emma's body. The target was the blonde woman who led him into the room. A moment later, Emma opened her eyes. Then, after about 10 seconds, the blonde woman pushed the door open and walked into the office with a mobile phone. It was clear that Emma had used her telepathy to control the blonde woman's consciousness from a distance. Then, the woman walked to Ito's side and handed the dark gold flip phone in her hand to Ito. "Call me when everyone is here." Ito took the phone. "Okay." Emma agreed. "I'll leave that guy to you. You can kill him or let him go. As for the problem on his body, you just need to use a stun gun or something to electrocute his neck after you make your decision." Ito put away the phone and turned to look at the Ace of Cards, who was still like a limp reptile. Then, without waiting for King of Cards and Emma's reaction, he left in a flash and disappeared before their eyes. He appeared at the top of the Empire State Building in New York City. He took out a portable computer that looked like an iPad and connected it to the storage device that Emma gave him. He opened the file and browsed through the information stored inside. In an instant, a large amount of personnel files, base information, and satellite maps were reflected in Seito's eyes. As expected of a large organization that covers the world, the information is complete. Seito couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the pictures and information that flashed on the screen one by one. This time, I'll start with you guys. After a while, Seito decided to lock the picture displayed on the iPad screen in his hand to an island. Then he put away the PDA and launched instant transmission to disappear from the top of the Empire State Building and quickly move to an island located on the west coast of Canada. With Seito's inhuman way of traveling, it didn't take long for Seito to appear over the target island. From the sky, the shape of the whole island looks like an irregular square. There are metal columns similar to towers built at each diagonal corner. The columns are connected by alloy walls, and there are several turrets on top of them. A huge hemispherical shield of hardened protective glass is inverted over the entire island, completely covering the buildings and green forests and other living areas within the metal walls. On the north side of the island, a sacrificial gate that looks like the entrance and exit of an igloo built by the Eskimos has become the only normal entrance and exit to the entire island. This island belongs to none other than the Hydra organization, and it's the most important secret base in the Hydra organization. Then Seito's figure flashed and appeared in the building below. This is a very spacious room, about the size of a small basketball court. It is square in shape and surrounded by dozens of semicircular spheres connected by transparent tempered glass as walls and roofs. There's a red carpet in the room, which goes straight from the door to the top of a platform built in the center of the room. A man with white eyebrows, a bald head, a gloomy face, wearing a dark suit similar to the World War II Nazi uniform, and a red mechanical claw with strange patterns on his right hand, is sitting on a chair on the high platform. It's one of the leaders of the Hydra organization, Baron Wolfgang von Straker. "Who are you?" Straker asked in a gloomy voice as he looked at Seito, who suddenly appeared. "The one who destroyed you." Seito smiled. Then, he stomped on the ground and appeared in front of Baron Straker like a gust of wind. He grabbed Baron Straker's bald head with his claws and released his spiritual force, forcibly piercing into Baron Straker's mind. He used the most crude method of soul-searching to read Baron Straker's memories. Straker, who was suffering from the pain of his soul being torn, closed his eyes and twitched as he screamed violently. "Baron!" And because they heard the screams, a large number of Hydra soldiers rushed into the room where Straker was and shouted with concern, "Go save the Baron!" Then, seeing Seito in the room, the Hydra soldiers shouted loudly, then quickly ran to the high platform and hit Seito with their own bodies. Seito, who was reading the memory, was not ready to pay attention to them. He just used his mind to create a transparent defensive barrier around him, blocking all the rushing Hydra soldiers outside. Bang, 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 bang. Seeing that the hand-to-hand combat was ineffective, the Hydra soldiers raised their energy weapons and launched attacks on Ito-sei, but the result was the same as before. All the attacks were bounced back in a burst of banging sounds. Chapter 2143. A minute later, Seito finished reading all of Straker's memories. However, he still did not immediately counterattack. Instead, he maintained a defensive posture and quickly cleared Straker's memories in his mind. Another 2 to 3 minutes later, Ito-sei let out a long sigh and finished sorting out Straker's memories. He then burned the parts that had nothing to do with what he wanted to know into nothingness with his psychic flame. Then he opened his eyes and looked up at the Hydra soldiers gathered in the room, as well as Baron Straker's assistant, Viper, who had just arrived and was known as Mrs. Hydra. "Who are you?" "Release Baron Straker." Viper walked to the front of the many Hydra soldiers and looked straight at Seito and yelled, "Have you arrived?" "That's just right. It's time to solve all of you." With a thought, Ito-sei, who has become an idiot under the soul search technique, put Baron Straker, who has become an idiot under the soul search technique, into the magic cube world for harmless treatment, looked at the Hydra members below and smiled. Then, with a turn of his mind, A large-scale illusion enveloped all the Hydra members except Viper. In the next moment, as if drunk, the Hydra members lay down one by one. Plop, plop, plop. Seeing this, Viper's expression changed slightly, and his eyes were gloomy as he asked, "Are you a mutant?" "No, I'm a superpower." Sei Ito, who had solved the Hydra soldiers in the room, replied with a smile as he came down from the platform. "Who are you? How dare you trouble Hydra? Aren't you afraid of our retaliation afterwards?" Viper stared at Sei Ito and threatened in a deep voice. "If I'm afraid, why would I attack Hydra's safety island?" Sei Ito, who had walked to Viper at this time, asked with interest. However, at this moment, a light flashed in Viper's eyes. A cold light quickly flew from her hand and pierced Sei Ito's throat. Sei Ito seemed to have expected it. He smiled and grabbed her wrist with his palm. Viper, whose attack was blocked, was not discouraged. She then kicked her right foot high and kicked Sei Ito's temple. Sei Ito raised his left arm and blocked Viper's kick. Boom! But at this moment, Viper's body rotated. She fiercely hung her body on Sei Ito's arm, then kicked her right foot again and kicked Sei Ito's throat. At the same time, her black nails on both hands were deeply clawed and the skin on Sei Ito's wrist was sunk in. Madame Hydra, who was known as a viper, not only was she as treacherous and cunning as a snake, she also possessed a venomous art as profound as a snake. Apart from the weapons, whips, and metallic concealed weapons on her body, her 10 pitch-black nails that seemed to have been smeared with a strange color of nail polish contained the most potent venom. She dared to smear heavy poison directly on her nails because she was confident in her poison skills. It was also because she benefited from the genetic engineering of the Hydra organization, which gave her a body immune to all poisons. She was completely unafraid of any poison. Unfortunately, her opponent this time was Sei Ito. Unless he was willing to do it himself, or if he was attacked by someone with the same strength as him, no one else could hurt his skin. Therefore, not only did Viper fail to deliver the venom into Ito Sei's body to kill him, but he also failed to do so. Even Ito Sei, who was half a distraction and half an attack, couldn't easily block it. Then Viper's body rotated again. She supported herself on the ground with her hands in a head-down position. Then she continuously turned over and retreated backward. In the process, he quickly threw out several poisonous darts, which shot towards Ito Sei's body, and then ran out of the door without looking back. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you stay and chat for a while?" In a flash, Sei Ito appeared in front of Viper and blocked the door with a frivolous smile. Okay. Knowing that it would be impossible for her to escape by normal means, Viper looked deeply at Sei Ito and agreed in a deep voice. Seeing that Viper had calmed down, Sei Ito smiled slightly and walked back into the room. With a thought, he put the Hydra soldiers on the ground into the magic cube world one by one. But this time, a little abnormality among the Hydra soldiers attracted Sei Ito's attention. Immediately afterward, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and pulled the abnormality in front of him. Under the uniform of the Hydra soldier in front of him, strange green skin appeared and reflected in Sei Ito's eyes. Seeing this, Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and waved his hand to send the skull helmet on the soldier's head flying out with psychokinesis. In an instant, a humanoid creature with green skin, pointy ears, a long chin that was 2 to 3 times wider than an ordinary person, and several vertical stripes that looked like whiskers or old wrinkles appeared in the eyes of Ito Sei and Viper beside him. The creature looked like a goblin that had been enlarged by several times. "Your Hydra organization also raises aliens." Sei Ito glanced at Viper with a smile. "He is not a member of our organization," Viper said with an ugly expression. As the Hydra madam, who treated her organization as her everything, she did not expect that there was such a monster hidden in her organization. It was easy to imagine how she was feeling right now. It would be strange if she had a good look on her face. I didn't expect that at this time, the Skulu people had already begun to infiltrate and invade the Earth. Sei Ito, who looked at the green-skinned humanoid creature again, sighed softly, and then with a thought, he also put the green-skinned humanoid monster into the magic cube world and threw it into the biological laboratory for Emma and others to dissect and study. But on second thought, Seito was also relieved. It seems that the first to suffer in the secret invasion in the original work was the Hydra organization, and the first to be replaced was the Hydra's wife next to him. Do you know the origin of this monster? Viper asked. It's just an alien, Seito said quietly. Then he turned around and looked up and down at Viper in front of him. She was about 1.7 meters tall and wore a green skin-tight leather jacket. Her body was curvy, sexy, and bouncy. A green tactical belt was tied around her waist, with a gun holster and a pitch-black leather whip hanging from it. One could faintly smell a sweet, fishy smell. Metal darts with triangular tips were stuck behind the belt. The clothes had no sleeves, revealing all the shoulders, but she wore a pair of green arm gloves on her arms, and her 10 fingers naturally poked out from the cut into the gloves. She had an oval face, and her delicate lips were smeared with green lip gloss. The same went for her eyeliner. Coupled with her flirtatious face and the dark green hair that covered half of her face, she looked very cold and charming. Viper, who saw Seito looking at her, did not dodge. She even took the initiative to pose in a very seductive posture. She raised her arms and gently clasped them around her neck. With the slight force of pulling down, she opened the zipper behind her back little by little. She looked like she was about to take off her clothes. In the original work, in addition to being proficient in poison, having profound fighting skills, and rich experience in carrying out terrorist crimes, Mrs. Hydra was most proficient in seduction. With it, she captured many lowly people under her pomegranate skirt and made them fight for her, strengthening the Hydra organization. One of the more famous ones was her ex-husband, Wolverine. Wolverine is a real winner in life. It seems that he has been married to several mutants or has emotional entanglements. As for who is stronger in this regard between her and Black Widow, who is also proficient in seduction, it is not known. However, judging from Black Widow's experience of hooking up with all the male superheroes in the Marvel world, Black Widow seems to be stronger. Following Viper's movements, after a while, a pair of plump and elastic round breasts appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Then Viper let go of her hands, swayed her waist, and walked in front of Seito. She stretched out her hands and wrapped them around his neck. She licked her lips and said softly, "As long as you are willing to let me go, I am yours. And now that Baron Straker has been taken care of by you, as long as you get rid of Dr. Zola and Zemo, I can officially become the leader of Hydra and let Hydra become your power. At that time, whether you want to conquer the world or be the hidden hand behind the scenes, you can easily achieve it." At the same time, Viper's hand slid down Seito's shoulders and landed on his chest. Her hands gently pulled open Seito's shirt, revealing the white muscles inside. She stuck out her tongue and licked them gently. In an instant, a very subtle sense of pleasure rose from the bottom of Seito's heart. That's a good plan you've made. Killing with a borrowed knife and finding a powerful free fighter for your Hydra organization. Seito laughed strangely. It's not my Hydra, it's yours. I am just your vassal, your spokesperson on the surface. Without you, I am nothing. Viper looked up at Seito's face and said softly. Needless to say, Viper's compliments were quite pleasing to the ears. If it were a normal villain in this world, they might have been tempted by Viper's compliments and gradually fall under his control in the future. If you want to live, then let me see if you're the Skulu who knows how to disguise yourself. I don't want to have sex with a guy who looks like an oversized goblin. Seito sneered. After saying that, he raised his hand and slapped Viper's forehead with a paw sound. Chapter 2144. Looks like you're in luck. They haven't done anything to you yet. A moment later, Idose removed his hand from Viper's head. He looked down at Viper, who was in a daze, and said softly, "What?" Viper, who had just recovered from the mental shock, asked subconsciously, "Nothing. Now we can do something more enjoyable." Seito reached out and grabbed Viper's firm and perky, but as he chuckled, "Come with me. Let's go somewhere else. Viper's eyes flashed slightly as she withdrew from Seito's arms. She raised her hand and put on her clothes again as she smiled seductively. Then, she grabbed Seito's hand and quickly walked outside. Itose didn't resist and allowed Viper to lead him forward with a spurious smile. Along the way, the two met many Hydra soldiers one after another. However, after Viper said, "The enemy has been dealt with. Everyone return to your posts." The base's security alarm was lifted and all Hydra soldiers returned to their posts. After a few minutes, Ito and Viper entered a room with green as the main theme. Without even guessing, Ito knew that this must be Viper's private room. Then, Viper reached out and gently pushed Ito onto the large bed in the room. Then, she swayed her waist as she walked towards the bed. At the same time, she tore off her leather jacket again, revealing her impressive figure. "Trust me, I can give you an absolutely wonderful time." Viper climbed onto the bed and straddled Ito's body as she whispered into his ear. She used her tongue to tease Ito's earlobe as she spoke seductively. "I'm looking forward to it." Ito chuckled. Then he turned over and pressed Viper under his body. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, sticking out his tongue. His tongue tangled with Viper's tongue. What happened next was simple. One of them deliberately seduced him, while the other was completely indifferent. The two of them quickly became entangled together like two white snakes, fighting fiercely on the bed. Immediately after, Viper's excited moans and heavy panting filled the room. At the same time, a perverted aura spread throughout the room. Just like that, an unknown amount of time passed. Following a long groan, Viper's tensed body relaxed as he fell heavily onto the damp mattress. "Huff, huff, you're so strong, just like a mad bull." Viper's face was flushed with a hint of lingering fear as he panted. "Do you like it?" Ito asked with a smile. Of course, this feeling is amazing. Viper's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this, and he replied affirmatively with an intoxicated and reminiscing expression. "Very good, then let's do it again." Ito laughed strangely. "No." Viper, who was a little scared, quickly exclaimed, "That's not up to you." Ito snorted softly. Once again, he pressed Viper under his body, but just as he was about to plow the ground, a beep sound rang in the room. "Wait, let me see what's the matter." Viper hurriedly stopped Ito when he saw this. He reached out and took the Hydra communicator from the bedside, pressed the answer button, and asked in a dignified voice, "What's the matter?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, Viper's expression immediately changed slightly, and he subconsciously let out a soft groan. "Master Viper, please turn on the TV immediately. There are some things you need to see." At the same time, a Hydra soldier's report came out of the communicator. "I understand." Viper resisted the abnormal feeling that kept surging in his body and said calmly. But as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned off the communicator in his hand and let out a long groan. Turn on." "Oh, turn on the TV. See what's going on." Then Viper said intermittently, "Then you do it." Ito reached out and picked up Viper's body, turned around, and let her lie on his chest, then reached out and took the remote control placed not far away into his hand and pressed the start button on the TV. "This is the news. There is no need to be afraid. The gamma rays generated in the southwest are not a threat." As the TV turned on, a voice with a hint of pride and arrogance came from the TV that was not yet fully lit. Then the TV screen lit up, showing the head of a green-skinned man with an unusually long head and a forehead that accounts for nearly 2/3 of the entire head. Although the skin of the person in the TV was also green and his appearance was strange enough, both Itose and Viper knew for sure that the person in the TV was not an alien race called Skulu, but a real Earthling. It was only because of gamma radiation that he became like this, just like the Hulk, the public enemy of this world who is still being chased by the world. Because the guy on the TV is none other than the villain of the Hulk world, the leader, the guy who worked with Dr. Bruce Banner before, but later turned against Bruce Banner and Hulk because of his ideas. He continued to speak through the television. It's just a promise. It will make the world a better place. You are too fragile. Your cowardly will and fragile body make you suffer. It's your own fault that has plunged the world into darkness. I'm here to save you. I'll rebuild the world according to my blueprint. I'll transform you according to my ideas. You'll be as perfect as me. I'll build your thoughts. Gamma energy will cover the earth, and you'll transform. Your strength is my strength. Embrace your future. I'm your leader. Welcome to the Gamma world. Finally, the leader opened his arms and smiled at the end of the introduction. Then, the image flashed, and the content broadcast on the television returned to normal television content. Obviously, when the leader broadcast the declaration just now, he used some kind of technology to forcibly insert it into the satellite signal and broadcast his own image to the people of the entire Western world. This madman. Viper said angrily. You're right, he's crazy. Seito chuckled. He then pushed Viper away from his body and stood up from the bed. He then summoned a stream of clear water from the void and washed his body. What's the matter? Viper looked at Seito and asked. She really couldn't understand how this guy, who was so interested in messing around with her just a moment ago, suddenly calmed down after hearing a declaration. I'm going to save the world. With a finger, Seito chuckled as he led the dirty water to the bathroom and sent it into the sewer. Viper blinked her eyes and looked at Seito in amazement. Are you sure you're not joking? Seito, who took Viper's expression into his eyes, shrugged helplessly at her, changed into a clean set of clothes, and then said in a low voice, After I leave, you order all the middle and high-level elites of the Hydra organization to gather and wait for me on the island. Don't think about playing tricks. You can never escape from my hands. Okay. Viper's expression changed slightly, and she agreed. Here, this is a reward for you. You don't have to cover the right side of your face with your hair anymore. At this time, Seito suddenly stretched out his hand and shot a green light at Viper's slightly changed face. Then his figure flashed and disappeared in front of her eyes. Seeing Seito leave, Viper's expression changed. She quickly got out of bed naked and ran into the bathroom. Facing the mirror above the sink, she reached out and brushed her hair. Then a beautiful and flawless face was reflected in Viper's eyes through the reflection of the mirror. All right, my face is healed, Viper muttered to himself as he touched his disfigured right cheek. On the other side, Seito, who had left the Hydra's safety island base, quickly moved to the southwest of the United States. After a while, a large hemispherical light shield formed by green gamma rays was reflected in Seito's line of sight, and it quickly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. And so far, it has completely covered the Las Vegas casino. So it's here, Seito suddenly said. Then his figure flashed again, and he appeared in the Las Vegas casino, which has been turned into a city of monsters. The reason why Las Vegas was said to be a city of monsters was that there was no longer any trace of existence in the entire city at this time. Instead, there was a large group of mutated monsters that looked like alien creatures. They were destroying the modern facilities around them without any sense of reason. Sure enough, he is a madman. Not only did he become a mutant, but he also wants to turn other humans into mutants. He is indeed a famous villain. Seito, who overlooked the situation in the entire city of Las Vegas through the gamma ray light shield, sighed in a low voice. The reason why Las Vegas was said to be a city of monsters was that there was no longer any trace of existence in the entire city at this time. Instead, there was a large group of mutated monsters that looked like alien creatures. They were destroying the modern facilities around them without any sense of reason. The reason why Las Vegas has become a city of monsters is that there is no trace of existence in the entire city at this time. Instead, there's a large group of mutated monsters that look like alien creatures and mutants. Chapter 2145. P.S. Thank you to Marshall Emperor Rosette, Black Wind Wings, Mad Dragon Cloud, Speed Rabbit, Faded Windcheam, and Goo 168, 878, 0145 for their precious monthly votes. P.S. I know there are others who voted, but I don't know what happened to them. I can't find them in the system, so I won't write their names one by one. Thank you. Hi. My friends in front of the TV. I'm Chun. You're asking me who I am? I told you, I'm Chun. I'm a new superhero. Think about it. Haven't you often seen me punishing criminals on the streets of New York in the past 2 or 3 days? Say Ito, who was standing next to the gamma ray transmitter, took out a camera and placed it in front of him. He then used his electromagnetic control ability to simulate satellite signals and connected it to the satellite in Earth's orbit. He stood in front of the camera and acted like a talk show host. Have you figured it out? All right, let's get back to the topic. Everyone, please look. This thing behind me is the source of the great human mutation in the southern region, the gamma ray generator. As Ito turned sideways and waved his arm, the uncontrolled camera tilted up and transmitted the image of the large pillar that looked like a lightning rod, but also like a satellite signal and radio signal receiver to the people of the world. Abomination, destroy it. At the same time, in the building under Ito's feet, the leader who had noticed the content on the TV angrily ordered the monster next to him. Then, as if that wasn't enough, he said to the shadow next to him, "You too. Roar." Then, with a beast-like roar, a few figures left the room with Abomination and rushed to the rooftop of the building. Remember this great moment. Now it's up to me, the superhero. Chun, I'll destroy it completely. I'll save Earth from the hands of crazy, evil people. Ito continued to act in front of the camera. After that, he turned around and pressed his hand on the cement base of the energy transmitter. Then, without any further movement from him, a large expanse of azure lightning surged out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire energy emitter. Then, in the next moment, the energy emitter was like a weathered material that had been eroded by the passage of time. With a bang, it collapsed and fell to the ground with a crash. A large cloud of dust was stirred up. At the same time, affected by the damage of the gamma energy emitter, the gamma energy light shield that was expanding at a steady speed immediately paused. Then, it suddenly exploded, turning into fluorescent stars that filled the sky and quickly melted into the air. Phew, at this time, with a slight wind whistling, Ito-sei's figure reappeared in front of the UA people in front of the TV. Rejoice, the world has been saved. Ito-sei opened his arms. He stood in front of the camera with a smug look on his face. However, at this moment, with a series of muffled footsteps, 2 figures appeared on the rooftop of the building. One of them was sent by the leader, a humanoid monster that looked like a toad magnified dozens of times, the Abomination. As for the other person, it was a burly human man with a pointed head and chin, making the whole head look a bit like a rhombus. Ito, who saw the other person's appearance, almost instantly remembered the identity of this person. He was the same as the Hulk, the leader, and a monster abomination. As a mutated human after gamma radiation, he had the characteristic of absorbing matter and turning it into his own ability. He reached out and pressed on the metal door next to him. His body began to rapidly transform from the hand to the metal layer, and almost in the blink of an eye, he became a human being under the moonlight and the surrounding lights. A metal man with a metallic luster. Bang! However, at this moment, with another loud muffled sound, a huge metal robot flew out of the ground to the rooftop, attracting the attention of Ito, the Abomination, and the Absorber. Kill him! The leader, who was the pilot of the huge robot, shouted angrily. Then, the robot's 2 slender arms flew, shooting green gamma-ray energy at Ito. After receiving the order, the Abomination and the Absorber did not hesitate. They quickly rushed towards Ito. The following content might be too violent and not suitable for children, so today's live stream will end here. Remember, I'm Chun, the real superhero who will save you from the terrifying threat. Ito opened his arms, creating a transparent, psychokinetic shield around him. While resisting the attacks of the leader, the Abomination, and the Absorber, he smiled at the camera in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, he cut off the electromagnetic signal and put away the camera. Phew, not everyone can be a narcissist. Ito-say, who put away the camera, exhaled softly and whispered to himself with a sigh. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to take the opportunity to get more blessings from the world, so that he could get more power from the world after the incident was over, Ito-chung really didn't have the heart to be like this, foolishly talking to himself in front of the camera like a fool. Then, say Ito turned his head to look at the leader, the abomination, and the absorber. Okay, your roles are done. You can leave now, he said calmly. Then, he pulled his hands forward, and the leader who was piloting the robot and the absorber who had turned into a metal man flew forward involuntarily, as if they were being dragged by an invisible force. They collided with the robot/absorber that was flying toward them. Bang! Sparks flew. The two dizzy people fell to the ground heavily. Bang! At this time, the abomination took the opportunity to rush forward, waved its fist, and hit Seito's head. On the other hand, Seito simply raised his arm, and his palm blocked the abomination's heavy punch. Then he closed his 5 fingers, grabbed the abomination's fist, turned around, and swung his arm. The abomination smashed heavily on the ground beside him like a broken bag. Boom! A large area of irregular cracks immediately spread out on the ground. Then, Seito, who threw the abomination to the ground, turned around and kicked the abomination's head heavily again. In an instant, there was a muffled bang. The abomination's eyes suddenly turned white, and dark red blood slowly flowed from the corners of the abomination's eyes, nostrils, mouth, and ears. It made him look like an evil spirit from hell. After the abomination's body twitched violently twice, it lay motionless on the ground like a dead fish. Seito, who was standing next to the abomination, waved his hand and put away the abomination's body. Then he turned around and looked at the absorber who was about to get up from the ground and the leader who was under the protection of the robots. Suddenly, his body moved like the wind, flashed past the absorber's side, and suddenly appeared behind him. In the next second, the absorber's eyes widened, and his head rolled off his body and fell to the ground. Clang! Gulu gulu! How is this possible? Although his head and body were separated into 2 halves, because of his special state, the absorber who did not die said with a face full of disbelief, "It's just metal. Nothing is impossible." Seito said lightly, and then with the same thought, he sent the absorber's head and body into the Rubik's Cube world. How could this be? My plan should be foolproof. How could it fail? No, I don't believe it. Seeing his subordinates being defeated one after another, the leader's face was full of disbelief and said loudly. At the same time, the robot's slender arms continuously waved and shot gamma energy beams at Seito. The more perfect the plan is, the easier it is. The more perfect the plan is, the easier it is to collapse because of a little accident. Moreover, your plan is not perfect. Also, I don't think you've heard of these 2 sayings. A strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. And in the face of absolute power, all schemes are useless. All schemes and tricks are useless. Although you have high intelligence, you're still far from being able to compete with power with intelligence alone. Standing in the same place, Ito-say said softly as the beam of light from the robot controlled by the leader hit the psychokinetic shield outside his body. Intelligence, power. If it weren't for you, I would have enough power to rule the world. It's all because of you. You ruined my plan to change the world. You bastard. The leader said angrily. I can't help it. Your world's aesthetic is different from mine. In order to not let my eyes suffer, I had to ruin your plan. Seito smiled, but seeing that your brain is good enough, I can give you a new job, of course, the kind with no freedom. After that, there was a strange creak sound, and the robot, driven by the leader, was suddenly forcibly torn apart from the middle, revealing a leader with green skin, a long forehead, and a very short body. He looked like an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Immediately, Ito-say stepped forward and slashed the leader's neck with his palm, knocking him out. Then he sent him into the Rubik's Cube world and placed him on a separate island for special detention and monitoring. Oh, where am I? At the same time, with a low groan, Iron Man, who was wearing a golden and red painted metal armor, got up from the ground and shook his head. Next to him was the king of Wakanda, who was wearing a black combat suit with a leopard mask made of black material, Stormwind's ex-husband, Black Panther, and Wasp, who was wearing a yellow and black outfit. From a location of the three of them at this time, it was obvious that the three of them were also affected by the gamma energy emitter made by the leader and turned into mutant monsters. Then, under the command of the leader, they were ready to attack Ito together with the Abomination and the Absorber. However, before they were halfway there, Ito destroyed the gamma energy emitter, causing them to turn back into human beings and faint here. This forced the leader to personally drive the strange robot to kill the enemy. This is Las Vegas. You can let your JARVIS connect to the satellite to see the specific location. Ito, who came out of the shadows, said. Black Panther, who suddenly heard the voice, looked up at Ito with a cautious posture. Black Panther, it's okay, it's one of us. Tony reached out to stop Black Panther and said, What about the leader? Then Tony looked at Ito again and asked, Of course I solved it. So I saved your lives again. Remember, this is the second favor you owe me. Ito looked at Tony and said, We can take care of it ourselves even without you. Wasp Woman said with a displeased expression. Really? However, your attitude just now was really ugly. It made my good impression of you drop a lot. Ito looked at the Wasp Lady and said with a smile that didn't look like a smile. In the previous Gamma world, Wasp didn't know if she was affected by the special energy in her body, but she really mutated into a humanoid bumblebee. Her mouth was open and 4 branches were divided, which made Ito feel very strange when he saw it from his spiritual force. Air. Wasp was stunned. Then she snorted and turned her head to the side. Okay, since you're awake, there's nothing for me to do. I'm leaving. Ito shrugged and said to Tony, Hey, Chun. Just as Ito was about to leave, Tony suddenly stopped him. What? Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. I've formed an alliance of superheroes with them called the Avengers. Do you want to join? Tony invited. Avengers? Ito repeated with a strange expression. Yes. Although he didn't know why Ito was so strange after hearing the name of the alliance, he didn't think too much about it and nodded to confirm. Did you forget what I said before? Ito asked with interest. We may become enemies in the future. Are you sure you want me, your enemy, to join your Avengers? Air. Tony was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Okay, that's it. I'm leaving. Ito, who saw Tony's expression, smiled. Then, without waiting for Tony to say anything, he disappeared in front of Tony, Black Panther, and Wasp Lady in a flash. Who is he? Black Panther asked when he saw Ito leave. Chun is a very powerful guy. Just like he said, he saved our lives before. Although I feel that we could have taken care of that guy, even without him. Tony shrugged and replied. On the other side, Ito, who had disappeared in front of Tony and the others, didn't stay outside. He used instant transmission to return to Hydra's safe island and appeared in Viper's room. He took off his clothes and got into Viper's bed again. He hugged Viper, who was still lying naked on the bed and watching the outside world through the TV. How was it? I did well on TV just now, didn't I? Ito joked as he clasped Viper's chest and played with it wantonly while watching the news report on TV. Chapter 2146. P.S. Thank you to Gan Hongxiang and AO Fan for their precious monthly votes. The next day, after collecting a copy of the advanced technological data stored in the Hydra organization through Viper's hands, Ito left the safety island again and went to the secret bases of AIM Creative Arms Company to begin his second round of plundering. Compared to the Hydra organization, AIM, which is composed of many smart people and mad scientists in the world, has a lot of technological data in their hands, and all of them are very powerful. Even small graviton, shrinking weapons similar to black hole weapons that can be used in the atmosphere have been created and installed on many aircraft as test weapons, which made Seito sigh. A bunch of lunatics. Despite this, Seito's movements were very careful, and he wiped out all the members of the AIM organization in one fell swoop. All of them were sent to the independent island in the Rubik's Cube world where the leader was imprisoned, and they set up a new scientific research laboratory. However, Seito was not so relieved about the leader of the AIM organization, Majuok. After catching him, he didn't even have a chance to escape. He directly threw him into the void of the Rubik's Cube world and burned him into nothingness with the purple and blue two-sit of fire. Although this guy's mind is very strong and he can come up with exaggerated ideas at any time, he is too unstable and looks too strange. Therefore, even if he knows that killing this guy will be a great loss, Seito is not going to let him stay. Who knows if one day he suddenly goes crazy and creates a Rubik's Cube that can change the entire reality with a strong obsession like in the original work, and then changes the existing reality of the entire Rubik's Cube world with that Rubik's Cube. As for the Rubik's Cube, in the Marvel Universe, the Rubik's Cube actually has two meanings. One is the Rubik's Cube that Seito took away before, which is the only one in the Marvel Universe. The Rubik's Cube that can be used in the multiverse. The second was a man-made tesseract that could absorb the energy of the universe. Although both had unlimited energy, the latter was more unstable and only useful in a single universe, the current universe. It could not be used in other universes like the former. One of the civilizations that successfully created the Rubik's Cube was the Skulu civilization. However, due to the Rubik's Cube's energy going berserk, it almost destroyed the entire Skulu civilization. Then there was the Rubik's Cube created by Maruoko and AIM, which had the ability to change reality. After a series of battles in the anime world, Captain America finally encountered him and used this opportunity to change the past of his comrade Bucky's death, causing him to be born into Winter Soldier. Apart from that, there was also the enemy of the Skulu people, the Kerr people, who could create the Tesseract. However, because the Supreme Intelligence thought that it was too dangerous and rejected the idea of creating it, they didn't actually create it. After spending a day or so cleaning up most of the traces left by the AIM organization in this world, Seito, who had obtained a large amount of world energy, disappeared in a flash. He returned to the safe island of the Hydra organization. Where's Straker? At the same time, in the conference hall in the center of the safe island, a blue leotard with a pink jacket, Zemo, a man dressed like Spider-Man with two thin swords at his waist, asked Viper, who was standing on the high platform. Around him, there was only one big head left. He looked almost the same as the villain of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, except that the length of his hands and feet were close to that of Dr. Zola. There were also dozens of other middle-level and high-level members of the Hydra organization scattered all over the place. They were scattered in two groups, looking at Zemo and Mrs. Hydra in the field. Baron Straker is on his way back and will be here in a while. Viper's face remained unchanged as he said in a low voice, "Straker is so arrogant. He summoned us here, but he didn't wait for us here. Does he really think that he is the leader of Hydra? Did he ask me?" Zemo said with a voice full of anger. "Zemo, don't be angry with me. When Baron Straker comes back, you can talk to him directly." Viper said in a low voice without showing any weakness. Almost as soon as her voice fell, a voice completely unfamiliar to Zemo and the others suddenly sounded in the room. "I'm back." Zemo and the others turned their heads and looked in the direction of the voice with a flash of light in their eyes and a slight smile on Viper's face. In an instant, the figure of a strange young Asian man came into everyone's sight. It was Seito, who had just returned from dealing with the AIM organization. "Who are you?" Zemo asked in a deep voice. "I remember. He seems to be called Chun, a superhero." Zola, who was next to Zemo, explained in a low voice. "Me? I'm the Baron Straker you're looking for," Seito said with a slight smile. "Viper, what's going on?" Zemo turned his head abruptly and looked at Viper on the high platform. He's right. Chun is the new Baron Straker, the one I'm loyal to. Viper replied loudly. Viper, I didn't expect you to betray Hydra. Zemo's voice was full of surprise as he looked at Viper. Although Viper has never sat in the high position of Hydra leader, her position has not changed since she joined the Hydra organization and took the position of subbrain. It can be said that she is a well-tested Hydra warrior. Otherwise, she would not be called Mrs. Hydra by the outside world and the members of the Hydra organization. However, such a loyal member of the organization suddenly announced her betrayal in front of all the middle and high-level managers of the Hydra organization. The psychological shock of the Hydra members present can be imagined. Although it is not to the extent of a collapse of faith, the blow is absolutely inevitable. Where's Straker? Zemo asked Viper again. Dead. Viper sneered. Very good. The people around listen to me. Immediately take down the traitor Viper and the gigolo over there. Zemo took a deep breath and then ordered in a loud voice. Yes. The members of the Hydra organization around them responded in unison, and then they took out their weapons and attacked Ito and Viper respectively. At the same time, Zemo rushed forward and ran up the high platform to find Viper. Viper did not dare to neglect and quickly pulled out several poison darts from her belt and threw them at Zemo. The latter did not dodge and directly pulled out the slender sword from his waist and spread it in front of him. Ding, ding, dang, dang. The flying darts flew out. Seeing that the darts were blocked, Viper pulled the whip in her right hand and waved it at Zemo. On the other side, Ito, who was being shot by a large number of beam weapons, released the majestic power of the primordial spirit and rushed into the minds of all the Hydra members in the hall like a landslide and a tsunami. Their souls, which are not much stronger than ordinary people, were shattered into pieces one by one like waves hitting a stone. A series of screams rang out. Except for Dr. Zola, Zemo, and Viper, all the Hydra members grabbed their heads with their hands, rolled their eyes, and fell to the ground with twisted expressions. Thump, thump, thump. Zemo, who heard the screams, jumped away from Viper's whip and turned his head to look at the field. The expression on his face under the mask changed, and he shouted at the frightened Zola, Zola, release your toy. Oh, okay. Zola, who was pulled back to reality by Zemo's voice, hurriedly responded. She then threw a monster that grew in the wind. The monster's color and nature looked like mud dough, and it fell to the ground with a poof. Then it spread toward Ito like a pile of mud. Ito stood still in the face of the attack. With a flick of his finger, a cluster of purplish-green flames that grew in the wind instantly turned into a sea of fire and burned toward the dough monster. The next moment, there was a soft whoosh sound. The entire dough monster burned and was burned into nothingness in an instant. Then, the purplish-green Tusita fire, which was still not satisfied, burned toward Dr. Zola, who looked like a headless Xingtian. Dr. Zola was shocked. While running around a dodge, he shouted, Don't burn me! Don't burn me! I'm willing to surrender. The moment he finished speaking, the purplish-green Tusita fire paused and split into two equal in size. They circled around Zola's body and reunited behind him. Then they rose abruptly and formed a fire cage, trapping Zola inside. After doing all this, Ito turned his head and looked at Zemo, who was entangled by Viper. Then he pointed at Zemo, and a golden light suddenly shot toward him. With a muffled poof, Zemo's body flew out uncontrollably at high speed as if he had been hit by a big truck. He crashed heavily into the wall on the side of the hall. Bang! Large cracks immediately spread out on the wall. Then, Ito grabbed the air and pulled Zemo into his hand. He exerted force with his palm and knocked Zemo out. Then, he threw Zemo into the Rubik's Cube world for harmless treatment. Ito turned his head and looked at Viper, who had put away her whip and walked down the platform, and said calmly, I don't think I need to teach you what to do next, right? Of course. Viper smiled seductively. Ito ignored her. With a thought, he sent Dr. Zola, who was imprisoned by the purplish-green Tusita fire, into the Rubik's Cube world. I wonder what kind of expression the other human Zola would have after seeing herself turned into a monster. Ito suddenly thought of the human Dr. Zola who had been captured from Captain America's world. He had a strange expression on his face. Chapter 2147. P.S. Thank you to Sky Demon Dragon Wolf, Tjar, Laughter 4 Lives, and Magicer for their precious monthly votes. Yin hashtag, Yin %. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone rang out. Ito took out his phone from his pocket, and without looking at who was calling, he pressed the answer button and put the phone to his ear. Hello, I'm Emma. A woman's voice came from the phone. I recognize it. Ito laughed. Everyone is here. We can start the ceremony. Emma said. Time and place. Ito slightly changed his expression and asked in a low voice. 5 p.m. The location is... Emma then told him the time and place. Ace Dealer will be waiting for you there. I got it. Ito replied. Then, the two of them didn't say anything else and hung up the phone at the same time. Viper. Then, Ito, who hung up the phone, shouted towards the door. Creak, the door opened, and Viper's figure came in from behind the door and asked, Sir, go and ask your men to prepare a suit for me. Remember to cut it by hand. I'll be using it later. Ito ordered. Yes. Viper responded, and then left the room to find someone to prepare clothes for Ito. It has to be said that the Hydra organization was fast. In less than 5 hours, a set of hand-cut black casual suit and a dark red shirt with small spots, and even a pair of similarly hand-cut male underwear were sent to Ito. Ito was speechless as he looked at the underwear placed on top of the clothes, and then took it aside. He picked up the clothes below and unfolded them. He put them in front of him and looked at them a few times, and found that they felt pretty good. Without hesitation, he immediately used his teleportation ability to take off his clothes, and summoned a stream of water from the void to clean his spotless body under his invisible divine light. He then changed into the underwear, shirt, and suit in front of him. You're becoming more and more like a playboy. Looking at his handsome and noble self in the mirror with a faint evil smile on his face, Ito couldn't help but ridicule himself. Then, he raised his hand to look at the time displayed on the Patek Jade brand watch on his wrist. He then activated instant transmission and disappeared from the room. The next moment, in the shadows near the entrance of a nightclub in a bustling area of New York, Ito's figure appeared. Then, he stepped forward and walked towards the entrance of the nightclub, where the neon lights were constantly flashing. Sir, do you want me? Hey, handsome, look here. Pa, handsome, do you want a bite? As he walked, the eyes of the scantily clad girls on both sides of the street immediately lit up. They tried their best to seduce him or directly expose their plump breasts and perky buttocks to seduce him, while calling out to him in a flirtatious tone. Ito, who saw all of this, shook his head slightly with a smile. He walked straight into the entrance of the nightclub. In an instant, intense and emotional music rang in Ito's ears. Ito didn't stop and walked through the hall on the first floor. He followed the information Emma told him on the phone during the day. They came to a relatively quiet corridor and finally stopped in front of the door of a private room. Ito looked at the number on the door and confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. He stretched out his back and pushed open the door in front of him. It was a large room with an area of more than 40 square meters. The surrounding walls were all made of good soundproof material. The moment the door closed, all the sounds outside the door were isolated. There was a circle of tan leather sofas around the wall. There was only a gap at the entrance. The floor was covered with a thick plush carpet. A tea-glass round table about 3 meters in diameter, made of hardened glass, was placed in the middle of the room. A steel pipe as thick as an arm was inserted in the middle of the table. It was connected to the top of the room. It was obviously prepared for the customers in the room. Behind the tea table, facing the door of the room, Card Emperor was sitting on the sofa with a scantily clad dancer in his arms and a wine glass in his hand. He was chatting and laughing with the dancer in his arms. However, when he saw Ito approaching, He put away his expression and lightly patted the dancer's exposed, but indicating for her to leave. The latter was tactful. She stood up, swayed her slender waist, passed by Sei Ito, and left the room. Sit. Card Emperor pointed at the sofa beside him. Sei Ito did not have any friendship with him, so he sat on the sofa as he was told. Then, Ace Card reached behind the sofa and pulled it with his arm. Suddenly, there were two soft goo-goo sounds, and the entire room quickly descended to the ground. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. It only took 2 to 3 seconds before it stopped again. Then, the room slowly rotated and a door opened on the wall. "We're here." Card Emperor stood up from the sofa and said. Sei Ito did not hesitate. He stood up from the sofa and followed Card Emperor into the door. In an instant, Sei Ito saw a grand room that was about the same size as the first floor of the nightclub. However, the decorations were many times more elegant. It gave off the vibe of a modern aristocrat's private club. In the room, sexy bunny girls dressed in revealing clothes were walking around with trays filled with wine and juice for the male and female guests to drink as they pleased. A group of men and women ranging in age from 30 to 60 to 70 years old, but all of them had a strong aura, giving off an incomparably noble feeling. Men and women gathered together, either in a group or in a group of 1 or 2, while enjoying the piano music in the hall performed by a famous pianist, whispering to each other. Of course, if there were people who had no interest in elegant art, they could also go to the small hall that was specially set up. There were even more hot and seductive striptease performances for the guests to enjoy. "Follow me," Card Emperor whispered to Sei Ito beside him. Then, he led him through the crowd from the side path and up a small spiral staircase to the second floor. In another secluded room, they met the White Queen, Emma Foster. Of course, in addition to her, there were 4 men and 1 woman in the room. The woman among them was a black-haired, seductive woman who wore a black chiffon dress. She had a slim figure but was only 1.5 meters tall. The men were a white, fat old man who wore a white aristocratic wig and was dressed like an aristocrat. He was a middle-aged man who wore a burgundy suit and had a muscular body. He had short dark hair and a small mustache above his upper lip. He looked like a gentleman. There was a burly, black, bald man who was more than 2 meters tall, and a skinny, old, white man in his 50s who exuded a sinister aura. "He's the Chun who killed Shaw and is preparing to become our new Black King." The short, black-haired woman looked at Sei Ito, who walked in with Card Emperor with great interest. She had changed back into her traditional outfit, a white corset and white G-string underwear. Her legs were wrapped in white stockings, and she wore a white cloak. Her blonde hair was naturally spread out. "Yes," Emma confirmed. "If I'm not mistaken, you're the club's Black Queen, Serene." Sei Ito walked straight to Emma's side and sat down. He smiled at the black-haired woman who was sitting alone on a red sofa. It could be said that the only person in the room who could make Sei Ito feel slightly troubled was Black Queen Serene. Although she looked like she was only 28, 29, or 30 years old, her actual age was more than 17,000 years. She was the first mutant in the entire history of mutants. A magician. Her abilities were so vast that they could not even be defined by mutants and magic's rules. However, her abilities included soul hunting, telepathy, physical damage immunity, shadow stealth, energization, and several other troublesome abilities. In the original work, even the White Queen Emma was brainwashed and controlled by the Black Phoenix after she lost to Jean Grey in a contest of psychic ability. This showed how powerful she was. The only time she was defeated was when Sebastian Shaw used some unknown method to imprison her in the sewers of the Hellfire Club. She was only released recently and regained the position of Black Queen. As for the remaining 4 men, except for the middle-aged man and the big guy who were mutants, the other 2 guys were completely ordinary people. They relied on their status in the real world to qualify for the Hellfire Club, just like Iron Man's father, Old Stark. "Yes. I wonder what advice Mr. Chen has for me?" Celine asked. "It's not advice, it's just that I've heard a lot about Black Queen. It's rare to see you in person, so I'm very happy. Seito smiled. Is that so? Then we can get to know each other more in the future. Celine looked at Seito meaningfully and smiled softly. Emma, please introduce these gentlemen to me. Then, Seito reached out and wrapped his arm around Emma's waist, pulled her into his arms, and looked at the four men opposite him and said softly, "This is—" Emma, who had already seen Seito's strength, did not resist and introduced them to Seito one by one. The result was similar to what Seito imagined. They were the people who currently held the positions of Black Bishop, White Bishop, and Black Chariot. After Emma's introduction, Seito's Black King certification was half completed. The rest would depend on how the discussion went next, and the final meeting with the group of lower-level members. This was naturally no problem for Seito, so it went smoothly. Seito replaced Sebastian Shaw, who he killed, and became the Black King of the Hellfire Club. Chapter 2148. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon, Waning Moon, and Wongit for their precious monthly votes, and thank Yuenza for his evaluation vote. I didn't expect you to be invited by the Hellfire Club. In the banquet hall on the first floor of the basement, Tony Stark, who was wearing a decent red suit, walked up to Seito at the free social banquet after meeting the people of the New York branch of the Hellfire Club in public. He raised his glass and said, "And you become the Black King, which is really surprising." There were two main ways to join the Hellfire Club. First, you had a wide reputation in the outside world. You were an excellent elite or the owner of a large group or force, and you would be invited by the Hellfire Club, just like Stark's father. Second, you wanted to join the Hellfire Club and then donate money, resources, and connections. When you reach a certain amount, you could also become a member of the Hellfire Club. Of course, it was the lowest level of the club, but as long as you became a member of the Hellfire Club, you would basically enjoy it for a lifetime, and it could also be inherited. For example, Tony Stark now, and Spider-Man's friend, Little Osborn, who was chatting and socializing with a group of businessmen not far away. How about it? Are you interested in becoming a member of my newly formed core team? Seito asked with interest. Just like the Hellfire Club's core members' titles, King, Queen, Bishop, Chariot, and Warrior, every new king or queen could re-establish the existing core team with themselves as the core and complete the so-called chain of dynasty. As a new Black King, Seito, who replaced Sebastian Shaw, naturally had this right. Similarly, this pair of other people had been drifting away from the core team. It was also a rare opportunity for the rich people who wanted to squeeze into the club's new senior management, as long as they used it well. It was absolutely no problem to get something in the form of a secret transaction. "Oh, what position are you going to give me? The throne?" The corners of Tony's mouth curled up slightly as he said half-jokingly, "The throne is impossible. However, I can give you the position of the Black Bishop." Seito gently swirled the wine glass in his hand and smiled. "Then Mr. Harry Leland will go crazy. Besides, I've been troubled enough recently. I don't want to be troubled by those guys from the military." Tony laughed. "You call that trouble?" Seito chuckled. "I'm not like you. You're alone and free. I have my own property and territory. If they really want to cause trouble for me, I'll take care of them. I'll feel the same." Tony shrugged. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Harry Osborn, the owner of Osborn Industries. Can I join you?" At this moment, Harry Osborn, dressed in a decent black suit, walked to Seito and Tony's side with a glass of wine and introduced himself while extending his hand. "Oh, Harry, you really know how to find the right time." Tony shook his head. "Of course not." Seito reached out and shook hands with Harry. He smiled. "Thank you." Harry thanked him, then withdrew his hand and turned to Tony beside him and said, "I can't help it. Who told your Stark Industries to always be so strong? For the company, I have to be thick-skinned." Tony shrugged uninterestedly and turned to look at the drinking beauty on the side. He smiled and said, "Well, I won't disturb your chat. I'm going to enjoy the nightlife. Be careful. Don't let the woman suck your energy." Seito joked. Don't worry. The woman who can suck my energy hasn't appeared yet. Tony, who also understood what Seito was referring to, waved his hand and said indifferently. Then he got into the pile of women and used his unique playboy means to seduce the beautiful ladies in the hall. One of them was interested. Very soon, Tony Stark was surrounded by 3 or 4 beautiful girls who were dressed in sexy attire. They escorted him to a private room on the side that was specially prepared for guests in need and disappeared behind the closed door. Well, Mr. Osborn, what do you want to talk to me about? Seito looked at Harry Osborn, who was young among the guests but much older than him in appearance. Congratulations, Chun Xiansheng, on becoming the new Black King. Harry raised his glass and congratulated him. Thank you. Seito also raised his glass and thanked him. With all due respect, Mr. Chun, have you thought about the new corps members? After a pause, Harry stared at Seito nervously and asked, I'm still thinking about it. Seito gently sipped the wine in his glass and said in a low voice, Indeed, the new corps is related to a lot of things. Mr. Chun really needs to think about it carefully. Harry raised his hand and took a sip of the red wine in his glass and agreed. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said, Osborne Industries is recently developing a new energy technology. It is expected that after success, we can get a new type of green energy to replace the existing energy system. I don't know if Mr. Chun is interested. Are you talking about the new energy technology developed by Dr. Otto Gunther Octavius? Seito asked with interest. Yes. Harry's eyes lit up when he heard Seito call out the doctor's name. He confirmed with a smile, It seems that Mr. Chun is very interested in this technology. If necessary, I can arrange for you to visit Osborne's laboratory. Okay. If necessary, I will go. Seito smiled. Harry looked happy when he heard the words and quickly took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Seito. This is my business card with my private phone number. Mr. Chun can use it to contact me at any time. At any time, Seito raised his eyebrows. At any time, Harry repeated with a serious look. I see. Seito turned over his palm and put away Harry Osborn's business card with a smile. Then, I won't bother you anymore, Mr. Chun. Excuse me. Harry nodded happily. Then, Ito-san nodded at him. He turned and walked to the other male and female guests who were still in the hall. But just when the others saw the opportunity and were ready to learn from Harry Osborn and get close to Seito, Harry suddenly stopped. A green deep V-shaped evening gown with a long skirt, revealing her white chest and back. The skirt was high, revealing her delicate long legs from time to time as she walked. She wore a gorgeous diamond necklace, earrings, and long green hair. Viper walked to Seito's side. Sir, Viper, who came to Seito's side, called softly. The reason why she was here was because she was also a member of the Hellfire Club. Moreover, she was a person with a title above most of the ordinary members, White Warrior. She was the direct subordinate of the White Queen Emma. It's no wonder that Emma was able to come up with such detailed information about the Hydra organization so easily at the beginning. What's the matter? Seito asked. The Black Queen asked me to pass on a message for her. She wants to invite you to have a drink with her, Viper explained softly. That's right, I do want to have a drink with my queen. Seito chuckled. Take me there. Yes. Viper agreed. Then she turned around. She moved her beautiful waist and led Seito to a private room not far away for guests who needed it. Then she tactfully left the room, leaving the space for Seito and the Black Queen Selene. At this time, Selene's body was half lying on the sofa in the small private room. The hem of her black gauze skirt slid down, revealing one side of her white thigh. Her left arm was hanging lightly, but just pressed on the side of her chest, making her entire chest protrude a lot and look more plump and firm. Her chest was half exposed, and the prominent C-shaped head appeared in front of Seito's eyes. Her eyes were charming as she looked at Seito, but in the dark, a very strange and obscure spiritual fluctuation spread throughout the room, attacking Seito all the time, arousing all kinds of desires in him, especially the lust for women. Seito, who felt that something was wrong with his spirit, immediately moved his mind and secretly chanted the Taoist mind cleansing mantra. He cleansed his spirit with the supreme aura and quickly re-strengthened the spiritual defense barrier in his mind after recovery. He shielded Celine's spiritual induction from his body. However, on the surface, Sei Ito's expression changed slightly. His eyes were glowing as he stared at the Black Queen's body, as if he was affected by her. Is the Queen seducing me? Sei Ito consciously walked to Celine's feet and sat down. He reached out his palm and gently placed it on her exposed calf, gently stroking it while asking with a strange smile on his face. You're really dishonest. I'm just lying here, and you're already doing this to me. Do you men only have that kind of thing in your mind? Celine gently pulled back her calf and sat up. However, no one knew if it was intentional or not. But the falling hem of her skirt revealed more of her thigh, and it even seemed like he could vaguely see the secrets inside. You can only blame yourself for being too attractive, my queen. Sei Ito leaned his body closer to Celine and smiled. Then, he reached for the champagne bottle in the ice bucket on the coffee table and opened it. As he poured wine for himself and Celine, he continued, and in this kind of environment, in this room, it's hard for me not to want to do it. Then, he put down the bottle and handed one of the glasses to Celine. The latter took the wine glass, raised it, and gently clinked it with Ito Sei's wine glass. Ding! Then, they both raised their heads and sipped the wine in their glasses. However, Sei Ito, who had been paying attention to Celine, noticed that the moment he drank the wine, Celine's lips curled up slightly, as if she was proud of something. It seems that this wine is not safe either, Ito Sei said in his heart. Then, with a thought, he wrapped the wine in spatial power and threw it into the Rubik's Cube world for Emma and the others to test. After drinking, Celine put down the glass and asked straightforwardly, Chen, what do you plan to do with me? Of course, she was just asking. For a high-ranking member like her, although she was still under the control of the king, she still had the power to resist. If Sei Ito really wanted to do anything to her, she had the power to make Sei Ito a figurehead and show him what a real Black Queen was. I'm the king, and you're the queen. What do you think I'll do with you? Sei Ito also put down his glass and moved closer to Celine. Then, he placed his hand on her smooth thigh and gently stroked it. This time, Celine didn't dodge. Instead, she said softly with a gentle smile, So, we can get along well. Of course. The king and queen are one, aren't we? Ito Sei took an inch and wanted a mile. His palm slid down Celine's thigh in her skirt and landed on a secret place as he smiled. Celine cooperated and shook her body slightly. She leaned against Sei Ito's shoulder and asked with misty eyes, What about Emma? Tonight or tomorrow, I can make her my queen like you. Sei Ito chuckled. You're so sure? Celine asked softly as her eyes flashed. Of course, Sei Ito said proudly. Seems like you're not only after the Black King's position, but also want to become the king of the club, Celine said calmly. That's right. I don't like having someone who's on the same level as me in the club, Sei Ito said in a cold voice as his fingers tightened slightly. Celine cooperated and took a light breath. She rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and said, You're hurting me. I'm sorry, Sei Ito apologized. Even so, there was no trace of apology in his next action and tone. All right, we're done talking. Let's do some private things between the king and queen. Sei Ito looked down at Celine and chuckled. Without waiting for Celine's response, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. His tongue stretched out and tangled with hers. Although it seemed like he was affected by spirit induction, Sei Ito, who had a clear mind, was secretly cautious. He clearly remembered how terrifying the life absorption ability of the Black Queen, who had the title of Soul Vampire, was. If she used this ability to absorb all the life force of the target in one go, the target would immediately turn into a pile of dust like a pile of objects that had been eroded by the passage of time. However, if she only absorbed a part of the target's life force, although it wouldn't kill the target, it would make the target's mind controlled by her spirit ability. The relationship would become similar to that of a master and subordinate, just like the master and servant of a vampire. and the latter's behavior was just as Ito expected. Just as the two of them gradually fell on the sofa and began to take off each other's clothes like a passionate couple, a weak and almost imperceptible life force began to flow into Celine's body under the influence of an inexplicable force. Chapter 2149. Since Ito-sei had been paying attention to this, he noticed the abnormality in his body the moment his life force started to drain. However, just like the previous spirit induction, he still secretly set up layers of defense to make it harder for Celine to absorb his life force. It was as if his body had an automatic defense effect, gradually cutting off her life force absorption. On the surface, he continued to act as if he didn't notice anything unusual and continued to entangle with Celine. He even allowed the two of them to enter the final step. Although Celine's life force was not affected, she was still able to absorb his life force. Celine, who was frowning slightly and thinking about the problem of Ito Mori, was shocked. He raised his head and let out a soft gasp. Seito didn't care what Celine thought. Like a diligent ox, he worked hard on Celine's private land that had been abandoned for who knows how many years. After a short while, Celine forgot his original intention and immersed himself in the pleasure of it. It was during this process that Seito received a message from Emma. He knew what was wrong with the glass of champagne he drank earlier. That glass of champagne was a normal champagne, but for some reason, the champagne contained a strange life energy similar to life magic. If an ordinary person drank that glass of champagne, it would be triggered under the control of the owner of the strange life energy, producing some unexpected effects. As for what the effects would be, it completely depended on what the owner of the life energy wanted it to achieve. But as a grand magus, Plesia speculated that it could be a mental attack, life force attack, poison, or some kind of seed hidden in the drinker's body that could trigger changes when needed. However, the distance that could be controlled by remote sensing was not far. It could even be said that it was very close. It could only be successfully triggered when physical contact was made. The other reason was because of the impact of a large amount of pure life force. It would be scattered and then excreted through the body's breathing and pores along with the body's blood circulation and metabolism. I think this strange life force is probably the essence of Celine's strength, Seito thought with some uncertainty. Under the temptation. After a long time, Seito finally stopped and leaned his head on the back of the sofa, panting softly. This time, in order to avoid some trouble, Seito directly refined the essence of his body into the purest energy at the moment when it was about to come out. Then, he used ordinary power to condense some residue without any abnormalities and sent it into Celine's body. Of course. During the process, Ito-sei, who had a dark side in his heart, added some extra ingredients to the dregs so that after they entered Celine's body, they would quickly dissolve and meld away, instantly hiding inside her body through the fleshy walls. Commander, this is the latest movement of the Hydra organization. Inside the floating battleship, a woman wearing a red one-piece tights, with a mask on her face and her long black hair naturally flowing behind her head. The young woman who faintly covered the black spider pattern on her back reported to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s commander Nick Fury. Good job, Spider-Woman. Nick Fury took the disc and plugged it into the computer in front of him. In the next moment, a large amount of information was presented in front of Nick Fury. It's strange. When did they care about astronomy? Looking at the information about the movements of the Hydra organization presented on the screen, Fury said with some surprise, then reached out and pressed the internal communication button on the side and continued to speak to the speaker, Hill. Give me the information of a civilian astrophysicist named Jane Foster. Yes. Hill's crisp voice sounded from the communicator. Then, less than 10 minutes later, Maria Hill, dressed in a dark blue S.H.I.E.L.D. agent uniform, walked into the commander's office where Nick Fury was located with a pile of information. This is the information you want, Hill said as she put the document in her hand in front of Fury. After receiving her order, I checked and found that there were about 1,800 people named Jane Foster in the country. But apart from a person who died 30 years ago, none of the modern Jane Fosters became an astronomer, including the folk astronomer you mentioned. So, Fury asked casually as he flipped through the information. But there are a lot of people who are moving toward the identity of an astronomer. Well, it's these people, Hill said as she stepped forward and pushed the information in Fury's hand away, selecting several photos of women ranging in age from 8 to 40 years old and putting them in front of Fury. What do you think this 8-year-old can do? Fury asked as he picked up the information belonging to the 8-year-old Jane Foster. I'm just putting the guy in front of you that meets your needs. As for who will be your final target, you are the commander, and you have the final say. Hill said softly. Well, I didn't make it clear before. Fury said helplessly. Then he continued to pick out suitable candidates. And in just a moment, there were only 3 pieces of information left in front of him. They are a woman about 24 or 25 years old, an ordinary person who works at an official observatory in her 30s, and a young woman with a history of mental illness. I want all the detailed information and recent situation of these 3 people. The more detail, the better. Fury, who picked up the 3 documents and handed them to Agent Hill, ordered. Yes, Hill responded loudly, and then left the commander's office with the information. Spider-Woman, you can go down too. If anything happens with Hydra, remember to contact me in an emergency. Fury, who sent Hill away, turned his head and looked at Spider-Woman beside him. Okay. Spider-Woman nodded and agreed, then turned and left the room. In fact, Spider-Woman was originally from the Hydra organization. She is a veteran member of the Hydra organization. Her real name is Jessica Drew. She was born in London, England. When she was young, she lived near the Wundagore Mountain in Tran. Because of an accident, she was exposed to a lethal dose of radiation. Her father injected her with the experimental radiation spider serum to save her, but it didn't work. She didn't recover until she was put into a genetic accelerator by a man named Herbert Wyndham, who came from advanced evolution. This process took decades, but because of this, her growth was slowed down and she remained at the age of 17 when she was first exposed to radiation. Later, Jessica grew up under the care of Mrs. Pova, a newcomer who received advanced evolution and received a high school education, but she showed difficulty in adapting and eventually left. Even in the first few years, she was confused about adapting to human life. Finally, Count Otto Vermis controlled Hydra and found and absorbed her as a Hydra agent. Through brainwashing and manipulation, she was convinced that she was not human, but an evolved spider. During this period, she was nicknamed Arachne. As a Hydra agent, she fought with Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't until Jessica learned the truth about Hydra that she quit Hydra and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. to fight against it. It is also worth mentioning that she and Mrs. Hydra, Viper, are enemies. In the Great Desert, 100 miles southeast of New Mexico, a Jeep with equipment on the roof was driving at a speed of about 40 kilometers per hour in the desert under the dark night sky. The road was uneven, and the lack of light caused the car to shake violently as it drove, causing the girl in the car to let out a speechless scream. However, at this moment, a muffled bang was heard. A figure crashed heavily into the front of the Jeep, and then was sent flying by a powerful recoil. The frightened woman hurriedly stepped on the brakes and stared blankly at the pitch-black world in front of her. Then the 2 women and 1 man in the Jeep looked at each other and quickly pushed open the door and got out of the car and searched around with electric batons. I think it's your fault legally. The black-haired woman with a woolen hat on her head bluntly shirked responsibility as if she was stating a fact. Go get the first aid kit, another woman said loudly. If there were S.H.I.E.L.D. agents here at this time, they would find that this was one of the 3 Jane Foster that Nick Fury paid special attention to. After instructing the woman in the woolen hat, Jane Foster squatted down and straightened the tall blonde man on the ground while praying in a low voice. Help me. Don't die. The man who heard the call first gasped for a few breaths and then looked up at Jane Foster as if he had just recovered. Does he need first aid? I'm super good at CPR. The woman in the woolen hat who saw the man tilted her head and said with some expectation, "The so-called CPR is artificial respiration." So her meaning was very clear. She wanted to kiss him. Of course, just as no one paid attention to her when she spoke before, no one paid attention to her abnormal words now. Where did he come from? Jane Foster asked somewhat inexplicably. As the he, in Jane Foster's words, the man seemed to be drunk and stood up from the ground. "Are you okay?" Jane asked. "Hammer," the man replied. "But I don't know if it's because of the accent. It's almost the same as being drunk." "We can see that you're drunk," the woman in the woolen hat complained. "It's super obvious." "Oh my God, Eric, look." At this time, Jane Foster, who suddenly noticed something, quickly shouted to the middle-aged man who had been watching from the side. Chapter 2150. We have to act quickly before there are any changes. Jane said in a hurry. This article was written by Starter. Let's send him to the hospital. The man named Eric said to Jane as he squatted on the ground to observe her discovery. Under the faint light of their flashlights, a circular pattern about 2 meters in diameter with a large number of strange, turning lines appeared in front of Jane and Eric's eyes. It looked like a large map of a maze. "Father." At this time, the man who was thought to be drunk looked up at the sky and shouted loudly. "He's fine, look at him." The corner of the woman's mouth twitched slightly as she said casually, "Heimdall." The man continued to shout, "I know you can hear me. Open the Rainbow Bridge." "Hospital, you go, I'll stay." Seeing that the man was becoming more and more abnormal, Jane, who was afraid that it was the aftermath of the car accident that she caused, said to Eric beside her, "You guys, which country is this?" After waiting for a while, the man who did not see any movement turned around and asked Eric and Jane, who were squatting on the ground, to study the pattern. "Elfheim, Nornheim, New Mexico," the woman answered while shining the flashlight on the man's face. Affected by the light, the man narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a very unhappy expression, "How dare you threaten me, Saul, with such a small weapon?" However, as soon as his voice fell, the taser gun in the hairy hat girl's hand shot out a paralysis bullet with a bang, piercing the man who called himself Saul. It emitted a strong current that was powerful but would not really hurt, and he fainted. Plop! Without conscious control, the robust body fell heavily to the ground. Eric and Jane turned around and looked at the woman in the furry hat with an expression that said, "How dare you shoot me?" The latter immediately cried out in grievance and explained, "You guys, he scared me. Next time you want to electrocute someone, make sure they are in the car first. Okay?" Eric said with an unhappy expression, then got up and walked to Saul's side, bent down, grabbed his arm, and dragged him to the Jeep like a rag bag. Not to mention, Eric looked very chubby. He didn't seem to have much strength. Saul, who was as heavy as a pig, was dragged into the car. "Jane, come here," Eric shouted at Jane Foster, who was still studying the pattern. Hearing the greeting, Jane quickly got up from the ground and ran back to the Jeep. He reached out and closed the back door with a bang. Then, he turned around and ran back to the driver's seat. He restarted the car and drove toward the town outside the desert. Almost at the next moment after they drove away, there was a muffled sound that sounded like a landmine explosion. A ball of dazzling fire rose from the desert not far from them, illuminating a small part of the sky. "Is this Mjolnir?" After the light and dust dispersed, Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared around the impact crater, looked at the steel sledgehammer at the center of the crater and said softly. The head of the Mjolnir was square in shape. The longest part of the head was about 30 centimeters long and the width and thickness of 10 centimeters. It was connected by a short wooden handle made of unknown wood with black stripes wrapped around it. Under the gaze of Ito Sei's spiritual eye, the whole head exuded a strange energy fluctuation. Then, Seito stepped into the void and walked to the side of Mjolnir. He reached out and grabbed the handle of Mjolnir and tried to lift it up, but no matter how much force he exerted, the entire hammer seemed to be connected to the earth. He couldn't lift it at all. It didn't even budge. So, I'm not qualified. After a moment, Sei Ito, who gave up trying, chuckled. Then, with a thought, he summoned Ching-er, the leader of the Thunder and Lightning sect, from the Rubik's Cube world. Of course, he could actually summon a few people who fit the Mjolnir attribute. For example, Mujino Shizuri of the Atomic Collapse and Baron Electricity Charmy of the Four Serpent Kings. But compared to Ching-er, the former was not suitable to use Mjolnir due to her superpower. The latter was born in the Serpent Clan and had a more dark nature. She didn't seem to meet the conditions set by Odin. So, after choosing, Ching-er, who came from a Thunder and Lightning sect, was the most suitable to use Mjolnir in terms of technique, temperament, and future use. Husband. After a short period of use, Ching-er called out to Sei Ito beside her. Try and see if you can lift it. Sei Ito pointed to Mjolnir in front of him and said. Ching-er turned her head to look at Mjolnir in front of her and nodded. She stepped forward and grabbed the handle of Mjolnir and tried to lift it up. However, the result that Ching-er got made Ching-er stunned. She looked at Mjolnir that was still in the same place with some seriousness. Then in the next moment, a bright yellow lightning flashed on Ching-er's body, and she tried to lift Mjolnir again. But the result was the same as the previous Sei Ito. No matter how she urged her power and burst out her power, Mjolnir seemed to be integrated with the earth and stayed in place without moving. That's enough. Seeing this, Sei Ito stopped her. Husband, what is this thing? Why is it so heavy? It's like a big mountain. Ching-er withdrew the thunder and lightning technique on her body, exhaled softly, and stepped away from Mjolnir. She turned her head to look at Sei Ito beside her and asked, the weapon of the gods of this world. Sei Ito explained softly, then sighed and continued with some regret. It seems that this Mjolnir is not fated with us. What? Even my husband can't lift it? Ching-er asked with some surprise when she heard the words. As far as she knew, her husband was no different from the so-called gods. In fact, he was even more powerful than them, so a small foreign divine tool shouldn't be a problem for him. However, she didn't expect to hear this answer, and she couldn't help but feel surprised. No, Sei Ito shook his head and said, okay, let's leave first. I can also take you to walk around the foreign streets of this world and this era. Then, Sei Ito looked at Ching-er beside him and smiled. But before that, you have to change your clothes first. Then the two figures flashed and left the place where Mjolnir fell. Then a day later, a group of inexplicable men appeared around Mjolnir. No, it can't be said that they are inexplicable. After all, they also have a more formal identity. Meteorite hunters, that is, a group of people who chase meteorites and sell them to research institutions or rich people in exchange for money. Obviously, it was because they noticed that there was a meteorite landing here through some means that they ran over one after another like cats smelling fish. Of course, not all of them were meteorite hunters. There were also some other town residents who came here to join the fun. Otherwise, there would not be bored guys around here who would have a picnic party here. However, their outcome was destined not to be good because it didn't take long for a group of guys in black suits who looked like secret agents to drive here. In the name of the National Defense Strategy Department, they drove away this group of idlers and built a research center around Mjolnir, and they were indeed not ordinary people. They were agents from one of the most secret departments in the United States SHIELD. Agent Wilson, are we going to stay here in the future? Not far from the research center that was being built, in a house made of reinforced plastic, a female agent dressed like a circus clown in a red and white bikini with wide sleeves and a V-shaped mask on her face said to a white man in a suit with a smile on his face. This woman is none other than the new agent who replaced Black Widow during her secret mission in the original work, Mimic Bird Barbie. Because Sei Ito captured Black Widow and Hawkeye, she was sent out in advance as an elite agent by Fury and followed Agent Wilson here to guard Mjolnir instead of Hawkeye, who was also captured. And speaking of it, Sei Ito, who captured Hawkeye, also indirectly changed the trajectory of her destiny. Because in the future, she will marry Hawkeye and then go to the four coasts of the United States together to establish the West Coast Avengers, and then divorced because of personality reasons. But then again, it seems that few superheroes in the Marvel Universe have a happy marriage. This is true for Stormwind, Jean Grey, Steelwolf, and Mimicbird. I'm afraid so. Wilson, who was holding a coffee cup, smiled, and then suddenly remembered something. He raised the coffee cup in his hand and asked, "Do you want a cup?" "No, thank you." Mimicbird shook her head and said, "That's really not good news. I'm worried that my skin will become worse in this desert, and the most terrible thing is that I don't seem to have brought sunscreen." "You can use mine," Wilson said. "Are you kidding?" Mimicbird screeched. "Then pretend I didn't say anything." Wilson laughed. On the other side, a group of black-clothed agents belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. were ordered to break into the office rented by Jane Foster in the nearby county town. They forcibly and violently removed all the electronic equipment inside, leaving only an empty house that seemed to have been severely damaged by robbers. "Years of research results are gone," Jane Foster said dejectedly as she looked at the severely damaged room. "They even took away my iPod," the woman in the fur hat said listlessly. It's just that the main point of her words really made people speechless. "What about the backup?" Eric asked. "They also took it," Jane Foster replied. "Even the backup of the backup, they searched very carefully." Chapter 2151. P.S. Thank you to Blood Battles in Three Realms and AK-56 for your precious monthly votes. Kacha, boom. Accompanied by a sudden thunder, a large group of dark clouds quickly shrouded the night sky, covering the research facility below with white light. At this moment, a dark figure, under the cover of the dark clouds, quickly ran to the barbed wire fence on the southwest side of the temporary research facility, squatted down, and pushed the shape of the barbed wire inwards with his fingers. This dark figure was none other than the tall man, who called himself Saul. Under his tremendous strength, soon, a small opening big enough for an adult man to crawl through was created. Then Saul crouched down, and like the drill in military training, he moved his body through the barbed wire fence and entered the boundary of the temporary research facility. Then he got up again and hid in the shadows. Almost at the next moment when Saul hid, a military jeep quickly drove to the gap, stopped, and two fully armed UA soldiers walked out of it. "Over there," one of the soldiers said while shining a flashlight on the fence. However, as soon as his voice fell, Saul's figure suddenly appeared next to another soldier behind him. He grabbed the soldier's raised rifle with one hand and slammed his elbow into the soldier's cheek. Bang! The soldier's eyes rolled back, and he immediately fainted. After taking care of a soldier, Saul didn't hesitate. He hurriedly waved the cloth gun in his hand and fiercely whipped the face of the soldier who had turned around to check after hearing the noise. The soldier was knocked unconscious with a single blow. Then Saul picked up the soldier's black rainproof cloak and put it on himself. He walked to the temporary research facility as if he was one of us. However, before he could even take a few steps, a noisy alarm rang throughout the entire temporary research facility. The personnel began to patrol, searching for strangers who did not belong to the team. Cacho, at this time, another clap of thunder could be heard, and as if to protect Saul, a heavy downpour suddenly fell from the sky. Saul, who also thought that God was helping him, chuckled softly. He stopped hiding and jogged towards the nearest passage. "Enter the South Passage," an agent who just happened to discover his behavior reported through the radio. Immediately, a large number of security personnel began to rush to the South Passage. But at this moment, it was as if Saul had been possessed by Rambo or a Marine. He displayed extremely high-end close combat skills. He knocked down the SHIELD agents who rushed to the scene and rushed toward the Mjolnir stored in the center of the facility. "Do you need me to go over?" the voice-mimicking bird asked. "Wait, I want to watch." Agent Carlson, who was arranging the defense through the radio, said softly. "Watch what?" "Watch how he defeated those agents," the voice-mimicking bird asked. "Everything." Carlson turned his head and looked at the voice-mimicking bird beside him. While the two of them were talking, Sol had already broken through the layers of obstacles and arrived at the core of the temporary research facility, standing beside Mjolnir. "All of you stop." Coulson, who saw Sol's expression and movements through the monitor, picked up the walkie-talkie again and ordered, "You think he can lift that hammer?" The imitation bird asked curiously. "I don't know," Coulson replied, "but there's no harm in trying, right?" The voice-mimicking bird heard this and shrugged slightly, just like Coulson. It stared intently at the monitor in front of it. Under everyone's gaze, Sol reached out and grabbed the handle of Mjolnir. His face was full of joy and contentment as he lifted the hammer. But the next moment, the expression on Sol's face changed because, just like other people who wanted to pick up the hammer, no matter how hard he pulled, the hammer would not budge. It was as if the hammer was tightly connected to the ground and did not move an inch. It did not show any signs of what he expected at all. Sol's face was full of frustration and frustration. He looked up at the sky and roared as if he was venting his anger. Then, he knelt down beside Mjolnir. He let the agents who received Coulson's order take him down. A hammer. Speaking of which, there seems to be a hammer-type artifact on Earth. Saito stood on a high ground somewhere outside the temporary research facility. He looked down at the scene below and whispered to himself, "If I have time, I could go to Antarctica and look for it." Thinking of this, Saito did not hesitate. He immediately moved and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the Antarctic continent. Then, he released his mental power and explored the entire Antarctic continent. Under Saito's careful exploration of the majestic mental power covering the entire Antarctic continent, almost instantly, a cement castle similar to the Nazi castle of World War II appeared in his mind through his perception. Saito withdrew his perception and only left a part of his mind to lock the location of the castle. I have to say, the human technology in the Marvel world is powerful. It's even more terrifying than the legends of World War II in the main world. They actually had the ability to directly build a house near the center of the Antarctic continent at that time. Then, his figure flashed again and appeared in front of the castle. The shape of the castle was similar to the bunkers of World War II, but it had a Western castle feel. The whole castle was built of cement. The walls were about 30 meters high and 20 meters wide. The whole castle only had an alloy gate in front of it as a normal entrance and exit. However, in the extremely cold environment of Antarctica, the entire castle had been frozen. The surface was frozen with thick ice, making the whole castle look like a huge ice amber. Around the castle, wooden shelves that resembled crosses were erected in a disorderly manner within a radius of tens of meters. Although they were also frozen by the ice shell, one could still vaguely see their original purpose, to be the fulcrum of the defensive barbed wire fence, and not some tombstone of the dead. At this time, Saito stepped forward and reached out and pressed on the ice wall in front of him. Without any movement, the entire ice wall melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The alloy door inside was exposed. Then, Saito stepped forward again. He pressed his hand on the alloy door, but there was still no movement. The entire door melted, turning into a pile of molten iron that flowed to the ground, revealing the pitch-black and cold space behind the door. It was a spacious hall that was about the size of a basketball court. There were no decorations in the hall. It was empty and filled with ice crystals. A golden-handled sledgehammer that was about half the height of a person stood diagonally on the ground. It exuded a faint holy light. Seeing the sledgehammer, Saito smiled gently and stepped in front of the sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was about 2 meters long. The handle was made of a round wood as thick as a child's arm. The head and tail were wrapped in a layer of golden round head. A straight length of 27 to 28 centimeters, and the widest part of the sledgehammer had a diameter of 15 centimeters. It looked like an oversized solid weight. A golden ring that looked like a Western-style rapier guard supported part of the sledgehammer head. It was also for the wielder to carry. And on the golden ring at the end of the sledgehammer's handle, a secret text written in runes flickered with a magical light, reminding the person who came to see the sledgehammer's identity. Only a true venerable can wield Skadi's hammer. Skadi, one of the goddesses in Norse mythology. Her main priesthoods were hunting, skiing, winter, and mountains. However, she was most well known for her identity as the goddess of winter, the divine weapon in the Marvel world, the hammer. She loves these messy conditions. Ito, who had taken in the Norse sacred text, curled his lips and thought to himself. But that was just a thought. He really didn't reach out to take the hammer. This was because Ito still remembered clearly that the daughter of Red Skull in the original work, Red Skull, had obtained the divine power of the goddess of winter because she had picked up the hammer and become the goddess of winter, becoming the winter goddess. Although Ito Seiji believed that the last point was unlikely, considering the messed-up nature of the Marvel multiverse, Ito Seiji still maintained the mindset that he would rather believe it than not, and was ready to give such a rare opportunity to his women. Then, Ito began to recall the suitable candidates to inherit the divine power of the goddess of winter and become the goddess of winter's women. But after thinking for a long time, Ito finally chose 5 people who didn't meet the requirements. One of them was the sleeper who was originally prepared for Hellebel to absorb, Seraphina, who had also been invaded by the divine power of Poseidon. The second was Saint Seiya, who was born in the same world as her. The third was Athena, who was born in the world of Caliph. The fourth was Yagami Gale, who was born in the world of magical girl Naya. And the last was Asola, who was the Pope of the Saint Church under Ito. Among them, Seraphina's attributes were the most suitable because of her birthplace. Saint Seiya and Athena were more suitable because they were both experts. It should be easier for them to adapt to a weapon like the hammer. Yagami Gale had the help of the Book of Night, so it should be easier for him to inherit the hammer. Moreover, most of the large-scale attack spells she knew were ice spells. Using the hammer of the goddess of winter and her divine power complemented each other better. As for Asola, it was purely to give her a chance to become a god. Of course, apart from them, Wawa, who had cultivated the Book of the Chaos and the Legend of Son of Heaven, was also suitable. However, her attributes and system were too different, so she was sold outside. As for the others, Ito really couldn't figure out which parts of them were compatible with the hammer of the goddess of winter. This was also an inevitable limitation of this type of divine artifact. Although it was simple and could grant great power when picked up, it wasn't as good as the captured gods themselves. Even if they couldn't find a suitable person, they could still use their divine body and divine soul to refine the essence of power and transform everyone. Ito then pondered for a moment. Still unable to decide who to give the hammer to, he had a thought and summoned Saint Seiya, Magong Athena, Yagami Gale, and Asola to his side. As for Seiya, she was still in a state of hibernation because she hadn't been healed yet, so she wasn't summoned together. Big brother, my lord. All right. Yagami Jifeng and the others who had just appeared called out to Itosei in their own unique way. It's so cold, Yagami Gale said as he hugged his shoulders and shivered. Then, like a chain reaction, Athena Asamiya and Asola Asamiya also trembled. On the other hand, Saint Seiya wasn't affected too much due to the power of the mini-universe. She only felt a little cold. It's my fault. Seeing the state of these people, Ito Sei apologized, and then with a thought, he set up a domain enchantment around his body, repelling the cold air from the outside. Big brother, where is this place? Yagami Gale, who felt much better immediately, looked around curiously and asked. Deep in the South Pole of Earth in a certain universe. Seito explained. Then, he looked at Skadi's hammer in front of him and continued. Do you see this hammer? Yagami Gale and the others turned to look at Skadi's hammer. This is the hammer of Skadi, the goddess of winter in Norse mythology. In this world, the goddess of winter's divine power is sealed in it. Anyone who can pick it up will inherit the divine power of winter and become the new goddess of winter. Although I have reservations about the last condition, in order to prevent unnecessary losses, I called out the few of you who are most likely to pick up this hammer in my heart. Now, it's up to your luck, Sei Ito said. After hearing Sei Ito's explanation, Yagami Gale and the others looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Forget about me. I'll be satisfied as long as I serve my lord and help him manage his church. As for becoming a god, I'll leave it to you guys. Asola shook her head and said to Yagami Gale and the others with a smile, I'm a Saint Seiya of the goddess. Although I desire power, I won't seek external power. Moreover, I'm not used to using a weapon like a hammer. I'll give up, Asola said. I'm a superhuman. I don't think it's compatible with divine power. Like this sister, I don't know how to use a weapon like a hammer. Sister, it's better for you to pick it up. Athena Ma Gong also declined. However, she didn't sound determined. It wasn't that she wanted to become a god and coveted the power of a god. After all, Ma Gong Athena was one of the few pure people in KOF's world. Instead, she seemed to be curious about what Sei Ito was talking about and wanted to give it a try, but was too shy to do so. Is this really okay? Yagami Jifeng looked at the three unfamiliar sisters and blinked a few times. Then, he turned to Ito Sei, who had a nonchalant expression on his face. Chapter 2152. This is the chance I'm giving you. You could decide for yourselves. Sei Ito shrugged. So, I'm really taking it? Hearing Sei Ito's answer, Yagami Jifeng turned to Asola, Rangyi, and Mai Gong Athena. The latter three nodded seriously and signaled him to take it. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yagami Zephyr didn't hesitate. He turned around and walked to the front of the Scatty Hammer, staring at the sacred radiance that was faintly emanating from it. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Then, he slowly reached out and grabbed the hammer in front of him. In an instant, a pale, blue divine light erupted from the hammer, devouring 8 gods' rapid winds figure. Thankfully, this situation didn't last for long. In just 4 to 5 seconds, the azure spiritual light that filled the entire ancient castle suddenly exploded, exposing the 8 gods' rapid wind within it once again. Yagami Jifeng turned around and stuck his tongue out at Sei Ito embarrassedly. He said softly, I'm sorry, I seem to have failed. Then he let go of his hand and stepped back from the side of the Scatty Hammer. Seems like your opportunity isn't here. Sei Ito sighed. Athena, go try it. Sei Ito turned to Mai Gong Athena and said, Me? All right. Athena looked at Sei Ito strangely and nodded. He then turned around and walked up to the Scatty Hammer. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the Scatty Hammer. In the next moment, another pale blue light burst out from the hammer. After 4 to 5 seconds, the light exploded and Athena was revealed. However, at this moment, Athena's appearance was completely different. She wore a pair of golden metal boots that revealed her fair and delicate thighs. She wore an armor skirt around her waist that revealed a small part of her waist. A golden breastplate that wasn't connected to the armor skirt was on her body. Golden armor appeared on her arms and legs. She held the Scatty Hammer in her hand and emitted a cold yet gentle holy light. I think I succeeded? Athena, who had changed her attire, lowered her head and looked at her palms in disbelief. Yes, you succeeded, Sei Ito said with a joyful smile. What surprised Sei Ito the most was that Athena's disguise wasn't the fish-scale armor that was commonly seen in the Marvel world. Instead, it was in line with Athena herself. It should have been after 2002 in the KOF world, when Athena awakened her Athena bloodline due to the advancement of her superpower and obtained the power of her ancestors. The outfit that appeared was very similar to that of the Greek goddess of wisdom Athena, except that the sword and small round shield in her hand were now the Scatty Hammer. Could it be that the power of the Scatty Hammer activated the bloodline of the Athena clan in Athena's body? Sei Ito thought with uncertainty. Congratulations. Yagami Gale smiled and congratulated her. Thank you, Athena Asamiya said, a little embarrassed. Congratulations. Then, Yi and Asola also congratulated her. Athena continued to thank them, But before she could finish her words, a crisp sound of clapping suddenly sounded in the quiet castle hall. Clap, 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 clap. Sei-to and the others' expressions changed, and they turned to look in the direction of the sound. They saw that at the gate of the castle. At some point, a slender man in a suit with a white scarf hanging around his neck had appeared. He was clapping his hands at the side. He was clapping while walking into the castle with a wicked smile on his face. Sei-to's pupils shrank again when he saw the man's face, and he called out softly, "Loki." "Huh? I didn't expect someone here to recognize me." Loki, who saw that his identity was exposed, looked at Sei-to in surprise and said, "It seems that the mortals here on Earth are not a group of idiots who don't know anything." Then he stretched out his hand and continued to say to Athena in a gentle tone, "Okay, mortal, hand over the scatty hammer in your hand. It's not something you can have." However, in the next moment, there was no movement. Yagami Gale, Yi, Asola, and Athena, who was holding the scatty hammer and had transformed into either the goddess of war or the goddess of winter, all suddenly disappeared from the castle. Oh, Loki, who only vaguely felt an obscure spatial fluctuation, immediately paused for a moment. He looked at Sei-to, who was left in the castle, with interest, and said softly, "Aren't you going to escape?" "Why should I escape?" Sei-to didn't do anything, but a large number of sharp cones made of ice crystals appeared in the space around him and pointed at Loki opposite him with a smile. "It's hard to say who will win between you and me. It seems that you're very confident, but you have to know that the reason a god is because he has power that you mortals can never reach." Loki's expression was slightly restrained as he said lightly. In the next moment, Loki suddenly waved his hand and shot a huge fireball at Sei-to. It was only the size of a tennis ball at first, but it grew bigger as it moved. By the time it reached Sei-to, it had become a huge fireball as tall as a person. Sei-to's thoughts turned, and he controlled the ice cones around him to shoot at the fireball. Then, under the freezing power of the ice, the fireball was frozen into an ice ball. Unable to bear its own weight, it fell heavily to the ground and shattered with a bang. At this moment, Loki, who was behind the ice ball, pushed his palm and shot out a dark magic light. Sei-to didn't give any indication. He immediately used his thoughts to set up layer after layer of Nordic magic circles in front of him. He concentrated his power and used the binding power of the magic circles to attack Loki's magic light. Boom! In an instant, the two beams of light heavily collided with each other, bursting out with a shocking explosion. Then, the shock wave began to spread, hitting the walls on both sides and blasting the walls of the ancient castle into pieces. Seeing the castle collapse, Sei-to and Loki's figures flashed at the same time and appeared in the sky above the castle. Boom! In the next moment, the castle collapsed, stirring up a small piece of ice crystal debris. How surprising. A mortal can actually use the magic of the god's domain so skillfully, Loki said as he looked at Sei-to opposite him with interest. "If this surprises you, then what I'll show you later will shock you even more." Sei-to sneered. "Oh, I'm looking forward to it," Loki said with a smile. Then, the two figures moved at the same time, and with a speed that exceeded the limits of human vision, they began to fight in the sky above the Antarctic continent. Strong shock waves began to appear in the sky one after another, crashing into the Antarctic continent below, leaving huge cracks of varying length and depth on the huge ice layer that was unknown how thick it was. In just a short period of time, the entire Antarctic continent became abnormally damaged under the aftermath of the battle between the two, as if it was about to completely shatter. However, at this moment, there was an explosion, and Sei-to and Loki's figures reappeared in midair. However, at this time, both of their outfits had changed. Among them, Loki's modern suit was replaced by a strange armor that reflected a dark golden light. He also wore a golden helmet with curved antlers on his head. On the other hand, Sei-to's entire body was wrapped in a set of crimson armor. He held a pitch-black slender blade in his right hand, and under the stimulation of his own energy, it emitted a cold aura. "Tell me your name, mortal," Loki said in a deep voice. You can call me Chun, Saito said calmly. Chun, huh? I'll remember you. The next time I return, you won't be as lucky as you are now, Loki said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in front of Saito like a mirage. That's what I wanted to say too, Saito replied to the surrounding void. Then, with a thought, he removed the Emperor's red dragon armor and put away the divine blade, celestial clouds. After taking another look at the severely damaged Antarctica below, he activated instant transmission and disappeared from where he was. He returned to New Mexico and appeared in the town where Jane Foster and the others were. Saito, who was standing on the top of a building overlooking the entire town, sighed softly. Phew, that was really dangerous. I almost went all out just now and used the power of authority. If that happened, destroying the Antarctica continent and causing a global disaster would be the least of my worries. What if those old monsters hidden on Earth who can destroy planets and fight universes were attracted? That would be troublesome. I don't have the strength to fight against those guys right now. Speaking of which, this was also the most speechless part of the Marvel world. The power system was too chaotic, and there was no fixed nature to it. There were always guys who were beyond the norm. For example, the Eternal Sun, the agent of the cosmic gods on Earth, Kunlun, the Molecular Man, and Mr. Miracle, who controlled two omnipotent universes in the later stages of the game. Saito really felt a lot of pressure. Sometimes, he even thought that even fighting against the planet devourer, who had never eaten his fill, might be much safer than living on Earth in the Marvel world. After all, there was no telling when a certain universe-level monster would be attracted out because of some troublesome matter. Speaking of which, there's still a big boss behind Viper, but it seems that she has betrayed him. Immediately, Saito put these useless thoughts aside for the time being. While aimlessly monitoring the entire town and waiting for Thor, the god of thunder, to awaken, he was distracted and focused, recalling the details of the previous battle with Loki and estimating the extent of Loki's power. Unknowingly, a night passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2153. This morning, Saito, who was leisurely basking in the sun, had a change in expression. He turned his head to look at the desert southeast of the town and thought to himself, it's here. At the same time, in the desert 24 kilometers southeast of the town, a tornado-like cloud suddenly appeared. A colorful light suddenly blasted down from a hole in the cloud and hit the ground below. Then the light dispersed, revealing 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman, dressed strangely, who looked like cosplaying medieval European characters. They were none other than Princess Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan, the 3 warriors. Then the 4 of them moved together and moved straight to the town where Saul was in an inexplicable way. At this time, Saul, who they were looking for, was like a good family man, helping Jane Foster make breakfast and delivering the food to Eric and Daisy, who were enjoying the fruits of their labor. Thank you, Daisy and Eric thanked him. You're welcome, Saul said with a smile. Next, the 4 of them had breakfast together. Saul once again transformed into a good family man and went to the side to wash the plates. Jane Fosk, Eric, and Daisy, who had eaten and drunk their fill, stayed at the side and told them about the theory about the relationship between Bifrost and the world that she heard from Saul last night. This is a perfect theory, but you can't convince the scientific community. After listening to Jane's statement, Eric went straight to the point and said, unless there is conclusive evidence. However, just as he finished speaking, a rhythmic and powerful knock on the door suddenly sounded in the house. Knock, 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 knock. Found you, the fat Volstagg said loudly. Saul, who heard Volstagg's call, was stunned. He looked at Sif and the other 3 standing outside the door in shock. Of course, Jane Foster and the others, who were frightened by their outfits, also looked at them. Then, the 4 of them opened the door and walked quickly into the house. My good friends, Saul quickly walked forward, opened his arms, and said happily. Then he hugged Volstagg heavily. That's great, that's great. I can't believe it. Eric, who was still in shock, muttered to himself, "I'm so rude." Volstagg, who heard Eric's muttering, turned into a gentleman again. He lowered his head and apologized to Eric and the others while introducing them. "This is Miss Sif. We are the three warriors. My good friends." After hugging the four of them, Saul put his hand on Hogan's shoulder. He said softly, "I'm very happy to see you, but you shouldn't have come." Volstagg and Fandral looked at each other and laughed dryly, not knowing what was going on. "We're here to take you home," Fandral reminded. "You know that I can't go home." Saul stopped smiling and said in a low voice, "My father died because of me. I must be banished forever." "Thor!" Sif exclaimed in shock. "Your father is still alive." As soon as he said this, Saul's expression immediately changed. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Sif. At this time, even if he was stupid, he understood that Loki was lying to him. As for why he was so sure that Loki was lying to him, it was completely out of trust for Sif and the others because he was sure that it was impossible for them to betray him and deceive him. "What's going on?" Saul asked in a low voice. "It's Loki." Sif and the others began to explain to Saul everything that had happened since he was exiled from the divine realm by Odin. Just as they were telling Saul about what had happened, in the desert about 24 kilometers southeast of the town, a cloud that was exactly the same as the one that Sif and the others had just arrived appeared in the air. The center of the cloud felt like a tornado that was forming, and at the same time, it shot a dazzling, colorful light toward the ground. The next moment, the colorful light dispersed, revealing many huge metal men. The metal men were nearly 10 meters tall, and they were divided in the form of a human body, with hands, feet, and head parts. Their entire bodies were made of a strange metal, and they could move freely and turn freely. "Is that Stark's Man of Steel?" one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who appeared here because of tracking the previous spatial fluctuations said to Coulson. "I don't know." Coulson took the loudspeaker from the agent's hand and said, "That guy won't tell me anything." Then he walked out of the car that was used as a cover and shouted at the metal men, "Stop! You are using unauthorized weapons. Identify yourself." As if responding to his words, the metal men stopped moving forward. "Okay." Coulson, who thought that the metal men were obedient, said to his companions. However, the next second, the metal men's bodies swelled outward as if they had taken a deep breath. A large amount of reddish-yellow flames appeared from their bodies and quickly gathered at their heads. They turned into a plasma orange-yellow beam of light and blasted straight toward Coulson and the others below. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, a few cars that were parked at the attack point were blown up into the air, and the rolling cars fell to the ground. Bang! TSK. As expected of the destroyer, Sei Ito, who was hiding in the void, exclaimed as he looked at the huge metal men below. The destroyer was the official name of the metal men. It was originally the ultimate armor that Odin asked the Dwarf King to create for him to fight against the cosmos gods. After the armor was completed, he personally went to the gods of Agad and asked them to bless the armor. Therefore, in addition to its amazing defensive power, this armor also had all-around attributes. It could control energy, release electricity, plasma flame beams, and so on. Of course, the results were also perfect. In the future, Odin relied on this armor to single-handedly fight against a small team of heavenly universe gods who had beaten the gods of Earth like children during the Primordial War. In addition, the destroyer also gave birth to the most basic armor spirit because of the many blessings. It could act freely under simple orders, just like now. "Jane, you must leave." At this time in the town, Saul, who was standing on the street, said to Jane Foster beside him. "What about you?" Jane asked. "Stay," Saul replied simply. "Saul wants to fight side by side with us," Fandral said. Saul smiled and reached out to slap Fandral's hand. Then he walked to the middle of Sif and the others and said, "My good friend, I'm just a mortal. I will only hinder you or kill you, but I can help these people escape." "If you stay, I want to stay too," Jane Foster said. "We need more time." Saul looked at Jane. and said. Then Saul, Jane Foster, Eric, Daisy, and the others spread out and warned the residents in the town who did not understand what was going on. They also helped some of the weaker ones get into cars and evacuate the town. And it was strange to say that this group of weirdly dressed guys, who did not even have a reason, just by saying, "There's danger, everyone hurry," made the residents of the town believe them and listen to their instructions to evacuate the town. It had to be said that this was a very magical thing. Sei Ito, who was observing from the side, could not help but sigh. If this were in the main world, 80% of the people would think that they were crazy, right? Just like that, with everyone's efforts, by the time the destroyer's footsteps stepped into the town, the entire town had become very spacious, except for a few people who hadn't evacuated in time. It was completely possible for everyone to fight the destroyer without restraint. Boom! Boom! The destroyer that stepped into the town was just like its name. It attacked the buildings in the town and scrupulously, destroying all the dangerous materials in its line of sight and creating terrifying explosions. At this time, Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan gathered together again. They carried their weapons and strode toward the destroyer fearlessly. "Lure it away," Sif whispered halfway, then broke away from the team and ran to the side. Then Fandral and Hogan stopped in their tracks, opened their hands, and looked at Volstagg. The latter also understood and immediately ran with his fat body. Then, under the combined strength of Fandral and Hogan, he flew towards the destroyer in front of him. "For Asgard!" Volstagg, who was flying high, shouted loudly. However, with a casual strike from the destroyer, Volstagg, who was charging forward, flew backward at a faster speed than when he left and hit a car heavily. Boom! Then the destroyer, who had found a more worthy target, stepped forward and walked to Volstagg, who was embedded deep in the front of the car. But just as he lowered his head and was about to set fire to Volstagg, Sif, who had left the team earlier, suddenly appeared on top of a building at the side. She jumped down with a sharp spear in her hand, and with a chi sound, she stabbed the spear in her hand into the destroyer's body. In an instant, the flames that had been burning in the destroyer's body dimmed and quickly extinguished as if they had lost their power. However, before Sif and the four warriors could rejoice for long, the extinguished flames in the destroyer's body lit up again. His entire body twisted in a strange way, and his original bent body became flat like an iron bridge. Flames gathered in his face, and he shot a terrifying plasma flame beam at Sif. Sif's expression changed in the face of the attack. She quickly dropped the weapon in her hand and jumped away from the destroyer. The plasma flame that missed turned into a beam of light and shot straight into the sky. Chapter 2154. P.S. Thank you to KS Mars for your precious monthly votes. Brother, no matter what I did wrong, no matter what I did to make you do this, I'm really sorry, Saul said in an apologetic voice as he walked toward the destroyer, who was wreaking havoc in the town. This was also the only way he could think of to save Jane, Sif, and the others from death after witnessing the power of the destroyer. But these people are innocent. Taking their lives won't help. At this moment, the destroyer was already standing in front of Saul. The fire in its body was glowing, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction. "Take my life," Saul said. Then, as if moved by Saul's generosity, the fire in the destroyer's body quickly extinguished, and it turned around, looking like it was ready to give up. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and the corners of their mouths curled up subconsciously. However, before they could smile, the destroyer, who had just turned around, suddenly turned back and slapped Saul's cheek hard with its palm. Bang! Saul's body was immediately thrown back, flying a distance of more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. "No!" Jane Foster, who saw Saul being sent flying, shouted anxiously. Then, she broke free from Daisy and Eric's hold and strode toward where Saul had fallen. "No," Jane said sadly as she ran to Saul's side and squatted down. "It's over." Saul said with difficulty. No, it's not over yet. Jane held Saul's cheeks with both hands and cried. You're safe, Saul said softly. We're safe, Jane echoed. It's over. Saul smiled. Then, he blinked gently and breathed his last breath with a serene expression. No, no, Jane muttered to herself in disbelief. The destroyer, who had completed its mission, did not stop. It turned and walked out of the town that had already become dilapidated, but the next moment there was a thunderous roar. A small black that with a long white tail of smoke, like a rocket, flew rapidly towards where Jane and Saul were. Jane! Eric screamed and rushed to Jane's side. Ignoring Jane's struggle, he forcibly pulled her away from Saul. Then, in the next second after Jane and Eric left Saul's side, the sledgehammer flew down and struck Saul's body with a terrifying thunderbolt from the sky. A dazzling light bloomed, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Fortunately, this situation did not last for long, only 4 to 5 seconds. However, when they regained their vision, a scene that made them feel excited and happy appeared in front of them. Under the flashes of lightning, a large number of metal plates emerged from the void and spontaneously attached to Saul's body, forming a silver-white scale armor that was similar to that of Sif and the others. It also supported Saul to stand up from the ground, as if he was the god of thunder, receiving the baptism of lightning. My God! As a mortal, Jane murmured with her mouth agape. At this moment, the fire in the destroyer, who had noticed Saul's change, lit up. It was about to shoot a hot beam of light at Saul, who was illuminated by lightning. But just a second before the beam was fired, a square-headed sledgehammer flew out of the lightning and hit the destroyer's head heavily. Bang! Under the huge impact, the destroyer's head tilted and shot the beam to the side. Then, the sledgehammer, which seemed to have an automatic return setting, flew back and hit the destroyer, who was unable to defend in time, from the back and fell back into Saul's hands. Then, Saul, who was holding Mjolnir, leaped up. Like a retrograde meteorite, he flew into the huge wind vortex formed in midair and hovered in the center. He waved the hammer into a round wheel, gathering a large amount of lightning. Crack, crack, at the same time. The destroyer was not to be outdone. It raised its head and shot a terrifying plasma flame beam at Saul in midair. In the face of the attack, Saul grasped the handle of Mjolnir, then turned around and used the hammer as the tip to meet the plasma flame beam shot out by the destroyer. Just like that, he shot toward the destroyer. The flames flew and turned into a pair of fire wings, wrapping Saul's body. Then there was a muffled bang, and a huge shockwave immediately spread around with Saul and the destroyer as the center. It broke the surrounding whirlwind with a devastating momentum and swept over the town with a majestic force. The huge overpressure wind almost instantly lifted the buildings in the town below from the ground and destroyed them into a pile of messy wreckage. Immediately afterward, the destroyer leaned back and fell heavily to the ground under the huge impact of Mjolnir. Bang! That huge figure instantly stirred up a large amount of dust on the ground. Then Saul stood up and turned to look at Jane Foster, who was standing aside, with a big smile on his face. Be careful above you. However, in the next moment, following Jane Foster's and Sif's screams, a huge golden cage quickly enveloped Saul and the destroyer. Saul's heart tightened, and he quickly looked up at the sky. Bang! The light enveloped Saul and the destroyer together. Who is it? Sif walked forward quickly, turning her head to observe the surrounding space while questioning loudly. Then the void flashed, and Seito's figure emerged in midair. Who is this? Daisy, who was not nervous at all, asked the 3 warriors beside him. I don't know, the fat Volstagg replied. Boom! Just as Volstagg's voice fell, the entire golden cage of light exploded with a violent roar. Thor, the god of thunder, was exposed. Who are you? Loki's accomplice? Saul looked at Seito in midair with an unfriendly expression and questioned. No, to a certain extent. Like you, I'm Loki's enemy. Seito slowly descended. He stood on the ground and said indifferently, "If that's the case, why did you ambush me?" Saul's expression became slightly better as he asked, "Because I want it, as well as the power in your body. Also, although Loki and I are enemies, what he's doing now is also beneficial to me. So even though I know that my current actions are helping him to a certain extent, I have no choice but to do so." Seito looked at the magic power supply that Loki had lost. The destroyer's armor, which only had its instinctive power left, glanced at Saul and said, "No, I won't give you the destroyer, let alone my power," Saul said in a deep voice as he got into a stance. At the same time, Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan also walked to Saul's side, ready to fight. "I wanted to deal with you later, but since you insist on participating in the war between me and Saul, I have to fulfill your wish." Seito looked at Sif and the others and said. Then his mind moved. The figures of Shinya, Hellable, Uchiha Yoshiko, and Kurenai appeared from the void. "The one in the middle with the hammer is mine. You could divide the other 4. Remember, except for the woman who has to be alive. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Seito said indifferently, "Do you think a few women can defeat me, Volstagg? This joke is not funny at all." Volstagg said with an angry expression, "Be careful. They give me a very dangerous feeling," Sif warned. "Understood," Fandral said. Hogan, because he didn't like to talk much, just nodded. He understood. "For Asgard," Saul said in a deep voice. "For Asgard," Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan echoed in unison. Then the 5 of them moved together and rushed towards Seito and Shinya. At the same time, Seito, Shinya, and Hellable's figures also flashed and disappeared. But in the next moment, with a muffled bang, Saul, Sif, and Volstagg seemed to have been hit by a heavy truck, and their bodies flew back at high speed like cannonballs. The speed was so fast that it even brought out a whistling sound in the air. At this time, Uchiha Yoshiko, who stayed in place, her eyes flashed, and her black eyes, which were as deep as the universe, turned into a strange Sharingan with several rings and tomo. Kurenai's eyes, which were originally scarlet, but now the color became brighter, looked at Fandral and Hogan, who were rushing towards them. In an instant, the 2 of them stopped moving forward, and their bodies swayed and fell down. Plop, plop. Obviously, although the 2 of them were born in the gods' domain, they were still humans, not gods. But because of their special background, they were much stronger than ordinary humans. But compared with Uchiha Yoshiko and Kurenai, who had already become gods, they were many times worse. So, unsurprisingly, the 2 of them fell asleep in the wonderful dream world under the radiation of Uchiha Yoshiko and Kurenai's dream power. Then in the next moment, with a heavy scream, Volstagg was also cut by the towering water column created by Hellable. His body was full of wounds, and he fell heavily into the ruins of a pair of buildings, stirring up dust all over the sky. Oh no! Daishi looked at Uchiha Yoshiko and Kurenai, who were looking up at them, and Hellable, who was floating not far away, and whispered with a dull expression. Of course, Jane Foster and Eric were also frightened, and their faces were full of helplessness and incredulity as they looked at what was happening in front of them. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and a huge crater appeared on the ground under Sif. Ugh, Sif, who was lying in the crater, raised her head and groaned with a painful expression. "Who the hell are you?" Sif supported her body with her arms and stood up from the crater with difficulty. She looked up at Shinya, who was emitting a strong light and heat in midair. He looked like a fire god and a sun god, and had long purple hair. "You will naturally know this later," Shinya said lightly. Then, he changed the topic and continued, "You are no match for me. Surrender." In Agad, there are only warriors who die in battle. There are no cowards who will surrender, Sif replied firmly, then stood up and raised the sword in her hand. "Your spirit is praiseworthy, but unfortunately, you were chosen as the target by that bastard, so accept your fate." After saying that, Shinya's figure flashed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Sif, who was on guard. The golden light in his hand shone, and he punched towards Sif's abdomen. Sif's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly turned to the side to dodge. At the same time, the sword in her hand slashed towards Shinya's neck. At this moment, Shinya took a step forward and slammed his shoulder into Sif's chest. Bang! Sif's body was sent flying backwards once again. However, Sif, who was sent flying, did not give up. She stretched out her empty left hand, and several magic power balls suddenly appeared and shot towards Shinya's body. Shinya's expression did not change when he saw the attack coming. His figure moved, and he turned into two flames that suddenly separated. He flew past the magic power balls on the left and right, and directly shot in front of Sif. He reformed into Shinya's image and punched Sif, who had yet to land on the ground. Sif's expression changed, and she hurriedly crossed her arms in front of her body. Bang! In the next moment, a golden energy beam shot out from Sif's back, propelling her body back for a distance. It was only after she crashed through two ruins that she fell heavily to the ground. Bang! Puff! Sif's body shook, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood. If you had listened to my advice earlier, you wouldn't have been injured. Shinya, who had appeared in front of Sif again, said softly. Then he bent down and lifted Sif, who had been severely injured by her divine needle forging technique, from the ground, and slowly walked back to the place where Uchiha Yoshiko and Kurenai were. Crack! As Saul waved the sledgehammer in his hand, several powerful thunderbolts shot toward Sei Ito like sharp arrows. Facing the attack, Sei Ito moved and suddenly appeared in front of Saul. He clasped his hands together and smashed down on Saul's head like a hammer. Bang! Immediately, Saul turned into a meteorite and fell to the ground at high speed with a sharp whistling sound. Boom! Sei Ito, who had gained the upper hand, was unforgiving. With a wave of his arm, hundreds of Nordic magic arrays emerged in the sky, and a bright light shot out from them, shooting towards the impact crater where Saul was. Boom! 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 Then a series of huge explosions immediately reverberated in the sky above the town. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.